Okay, good morning. I'm going to ask everyone to take their seats. And I'm going to call to order the Board of County Commissioners meeting for May 28th, 2019. I'm going to start with, before we do the salute to the flag, I just want to make an acknowledgement. Yesterday, our country celebrated Memorial Day. Memorial Day is a day for remembering and honoring the brave men and women who perished while serving our country in the United States Armed Services. It's important to take a moment to honor those brave women and men who paid the ultimate price to protect our freedoms and liberty. We cannot begin to express our debt of gratitude to the fallen and their families. Thank you, and may God bless and bring peace to all of you. Memorial Day is also a day to show gratitude and say thank you to our citizens who are veterans, active military, their spouses, and their families. So I'd like to just take a moment of silence before we do the pledge. Thank you so much. Judge Walker, would you lead us in the pledge?
Please stand. Raise the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Your Honor. Madam Clerk, would you call roll?
Of course. Vaughn Hartung, Chair.
Present.
Bob Lucy, Vice Chair.
Here.
Marcia Burke-Bigler.
Here.
Katie Jones.
Present.
Jeannie Herman.
Here.
John Slaughter, County Manager.
Present.
Assistant District Attorney Paula Pirelli.
Here.
And I'm Jan Galasini, Chief Deputy Clerk. Sir, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Manager, item number 3.
Item 3 is public comment. Comment heard under this item is limited to 3 minutes per person, may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. Commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person, and comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
Madam Clerk, would you call public comment?
Of course. First up, we have Mr. Levi Hooper, followed by Ms. Sarah Schmitz.
Mr. Hooper, welcome.
Hello, everybody. I'm Levi Hooper, the voice of the downtrodden. I've been out of town for the last couple months down in South Florida for my dad's funeral, and I got stuck down there a little bit for the last couple months. And while I was down there, I got a real taste of like homelessness, I could say, down in a different state. Medicaid and food stamps and like that, they don't transfer over from state to state. So, you know, I know it's not really nothing you guys handle, but it's a little bit of a complication for people who are trying to move from state to state. I guess it'd be easier to do it beforehand. But anyway, down there, things are a lot more spread out, and there's a lot more people. And the homelessness down there is out of control, mixed in with the opium epidemic they're having down there. It's really, really, really sad. I mean, people, I can't really get into too much of it, but I've seen 2 different people on the streets that were dead, you know, no one cared about them behind stores. I called the police didn't even come for a long time. So like weird stuff like that, you know, that there's just so much bad stuff going on that there's not enough people to take care of it. And the city here in Reno, from what I noticed, I was grateful to be back here. You know, even, you know, being homeless or whatnot in the city, it's a lot easier to get by. I know like people here that are homeless don't believe it, but being down in a city where I've seen it a lot worse than here, it's really, really, really sad that I'm afraid that the city could go to that. You know, that's why I'm here speaking about this. I just want to give everybody, you know, the heads up that we're actually doing better here than I thought. You know, I used to speak before. I didn't have a taste of another county or city, you know, to really understand how our homelessness was here. And I call it an eye-opener, you know. And down there in Florida, it's a whole different world than here. The people's attitudes are different. Nobody really gives a damn about each other, and no one wants to help the next person. The county commission and city council meetings they have down there are full of so like nonsense, a lot of nonsense that you don't really understand what's going on at the meeting. But the food stamps and stuff and applications down there are a lot harder. They're all online, so like there's no building like we have here to go to. If you don't have internet or a cell phone, you're out of luck really, unless you find a library, which are way spread out. Like it's hard to explain, but like I walked 3.5 hours to Best Buy one way just to get my phone, and that's how spread out things are there. And it's a lot bigger city. But anyway, I just wanted to just give everybody, thank you all for everything you guys do towards the homelessness and whatnot here. And I just, anything you guys want to do to help me towards my homeless thing here, I'm going to try and restart it here while I'm back. I'm not going anywhere. So that's all I really have to say. I just wanted to tell everyone I'm back. And if you all need any help, you all have the same cell phone number and everything. So that's all. Thank you guys. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Hooper.
Ms. Sarah Schmitz, followed by Joanna Schumacher. I will pass them out. She's provided a handout that I will distribute to the board.
Welcome.
My name is Sarah Schmitz, full-time resident of Incline Village. I'm also the president of Incline Village Crystal Bay Community First. Our goal is to engage and empower citizens to ensure our government is responsive and accountable to our community. As it relates to the situation with Mr. Haran, a former poll worker, our community has become engaged and is seeking truth and accountability. What we know, complaints were lodged with the Office of the Registrar of Voters, the Secretary of State, and Commissioner Burke Bigler regarding the activities of Phil Haran at the 2018 primary election polls. At the IVGID board meeting on 6/13/2018, Mr. Haran states he looks forward to the investigation related to his release as a poll worker. Then, as viewed on the IVGID board meeting live stream at 28 minutes. On May 14th of 2019, at the Incline Village Crystal Bay Republican Women's Luncheon, Mr. Brown, coordinator of outreach programs for the Registrar of Voters, was publicly asked by me about the outcome of the investigation related to the released poll worker. I didn't use Mr. Haran's name. Mr. Brown stated it was not illegal for a sitting trustee, thereby identifying Mr. Haran, to be a poll worker so long as he was not on the ballot. He went on to say that after the investigation, Mr. Haran was banned from ever being a poll worker. Then on Tuesday of last week, Mr. Haran sends our newsletter to Ms. Spicula. Then on Friday, she provides Mr. Haran via email given to you the letter that she was intending to send to the press. In this email, she states her department never received any complaints, which we know to be inaccurate. And on May 14th at the Incline Village Crystal Bay Republican Women's meeting, that her representative did not confirm there was an investigation, which we also know to be inaccurate. Why was Mr. Haran removed as a poll worker if there were no complaints? This makes no sense. If her story to the press was an accurate reflection of the activities, why did she share it with Mr. Haran prior to its release? Why does it contradict information we know to be accurate? If complaints, as she stated in her email, are to be investigated by the Secretary of State, we would like to know the outcome of that investigation. As I mentioned, complaints were filed with the Secretary of State. For the people who reported these issues, they deserve an answer. I'm here to ask you to take action and seek the truth from the Registrar of Voters and the Secretary of State related to the investigation and actions taken. We want the truth and appropriate accountability. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Joanna Schumacher, followed by Mr. Wynn Ross.
Ms. Schumacher, welcome.
For the record, Joanna Schumacher, a natural woman living in Washoe County. Firstly, I want to say that I accept all of your oaths of office, and we now have a contract. I remind you of your oath, which requires that you protect and defend the Constitution of the United States and the state of Nevada. I remind you that the Bill of Rights was created to ensure that elected public servants have a very clear direction regarding rights they could not infringe upon. I remind you that should you fail to follow your oath of our office, I will be harmed, and it will be superseding your lawful authority, and you will be opening yourselves up to the administrative processes at my disposal to seek from you personally what I might, so that I might be made whole. You will not disregard your oath of office and my contract with you without consequences. I require that you instruct the Washoe County Sheriff of his oath of office, and he will honor his oath of office and defend all of my constitutionally protected rights, including the First, Second, and Fourth Amendment. The lawlessness of the legislature does not free you from that oath. I also urge you to address the mistakes of your predecessors regarding the Lemon Valley issue in allowing poor planning and the dumping of water uphill, which has assisted in what has occurred and continues to occur there for 2 years now. I'd also like to address regarding item 23. I would like to know if the county permits the building of this new tower, who will indemnify the men, women, and children around the tower? Lloyd's of London is no longer covering anything RF related. Where Lloyd's leads, all insurance companies follow. You are charged with the health, safety, and welfare of the county. And if injury or illness happens due to this new permit, who will the injured parties seek their redress? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Win Ross, followed by Ms. Carol Feinberg.
Welcome, Mr. Ross.
Can I get the overhead, please? Clock is ticking. There we go. Something occurred to me the other day when I was thinking about John Slaughter's retirement, and it was disturbing. Will Dave Solaro throw his hat into the ring? I think I've been very clear in recent months when addressing this body that I feel Solaro is incompetent, hubristic, lacks any negotiating acumen, behaves like a child when his hackles are up, and is dishonest. Other than that, I don't have a problem with the guy. Let me add at this point that that anything I bring up before this commission today or in recent weeks, I can back up with emails and audio recordings of every meeting I've had with Dave Solaro and his equally incompetent sidekick, Dwayne Smith. A few weeks ago, at the retirement process for the county manager was on your agenda. Above are the recruitment options provided by HR at that meeting, and in the last meeting, the cost of recruitment was discussed. To put those numbers, which range from $7,000 to $50,000 in perspective, I think it's worth noting that since I stood before this body in January and tried to quit because of Solaro and Smith, my compensation has been over $50,000 by the county's own records on ESS, more than the high end of these estimates for each of these options. Since my compensation since I tried to retire from DWR, or from the county when DWR merged with Tumwa about 5 years ago, my compensation's been over $700,000. And this was for work that Solaro and I both agreed could be done as good or better by a hydrology graduate student for a cost of about $500,000 less. And again, I have those meetings on tape. So what's my point? As a recipient of all that money, I can't complain. As a taxpayer and a ratepayer, for the first time in 40 years of government employment, I am disgusted, as should every taxpayer in this room, and in particular the good people of Lemon Valley and Levi Hooper, those folks, should be disgusted with the choices that my employer has made in filling management positions. So it is my advice to you is don't be penny wise and pound foolish when selecting a new county manager. Don't hang your hat on what HR says.
Thank you, sir.
Don't promote someone from within who has long
you,
ago
sir.
risen above his level of competency.
Thank
Take
you,
the
sir.
time required and hire a good person.
Thank you, Mr. Ross.
You're very welcome.
Ms. Carol Feinberg, followed by Mr. Clifford Dobler.
Welcome, Ms. Feinberg.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Carol Feinberg, and I'm a resident of Reno, Nevada for the last decade. I'm here today to speak about 3 items, and I've made notes so I can get them all in 3 minutes. I feel sorry for the poor people of Lemon Valley who are still underwater after over 2 years. This is unconscionable, and we've just had a week and a half of rain, which has added to the problem. I believe there is a solution to channel all the water from that valley to be stored in a reservoir, which will be stored for what is sure to be a drought year or 2 in the future. I know it will be expensive, but it will be a permanent solution, not the Band-Aid solutions that you're suggesting. It will be an investment in the future of the growth, development, and prosperity of that area and our entire county. Doing nothing is not a solution, and I hope you don't keep trying that tactic. That's item number 1. Item number 2, we're losing our county manager, and as Mr. Ross just said, you seem to want to hire from within. That's all good and well, but it has been a flawed plan in the past. I hope you find a good firm to seek out candidates, take the time and trouble to interview, and make sure you get the right one this time. Yes, it will cost money to do that, but can we afford another lawsuit, another settlement to fix what we did wrong in the past? That's item number 2. Item number 3, I would very much like to see Washoe County become a sanctuary county for the Second Amendment. There are a growing number of counties in several states, including some blue states like Washington State, New Mexico, Oregon, and Illinois, that have all signed into law some firearms resolutions, making them, well, in Illinois, 63 counties have passed some form of firearms county resolution, and more are likely to come. In New Mexico, 25 of the 33 counties have passed resolutions to support sheriffs who refuse to enforce firearm laws that they consider unconstitutional. In Oregon, voters in 8 counties approved the Second Amendment preservation ordinances last November that allow sheriffs to determine which gun laws to enforce. It's time for us here in Nevada to stand up and speak out in favor of the right to bear arms, granted to us in the Second Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. It's dangerous out there, and in a situation where seconds matter and split seconds matter, law enforcement is only minutes away. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Clifford Dobler, followed by Mr. George Learmonth.
Welcome, Mr. Dobler.
Cliff Dobler, 995 Fairway. This reminds me of the Supreme Court in Washington, D.C. They're quite far away from the people there, too. I'm here to speak about item number 23 on the agenda, the Incline Village Monopole. It's an interesting name, Monopole. It's a cell tower. But at any rate, I've been up in Incline for about 25 years, my wife and I. I've always had a cell phone, and so my wife has an iPhone, and guess what? They work, and I don't have any problem with it, so I don't know what this monopole may be there for or needed. And of all places to put it, it's doggone right smack dab in the middle of the city or the town. I mean, it couldn't have got any more in the middle than where it's going. Village Boulevard and Highway 28. I mean, it's almost laughable. We got these mountains all over the place, and we got something 117 feet high, which, you know, being a builder that I am, that's probably about 8 to 10-story building. And we get to look at this cell tower. Now, I just noticed here that in opposition was a good friend of mine by the name of Rob Holman and his wife, Robin, and last week got killed in a plane crash. So I guess he may still be in opposition, but he's not going to have too much to say about it. But in his opposition that he provided to the county here, he paraphrases TRPA's stated responsibility. And now I know that's not the county, it's the TRPA, but it says to preserve and enhance the unique nature and human environment while improving local communities and people's interaction with our irreplaceable environment and assuring community health safety for future operations. So the idea is, the reason I moved up there is I was in Los Angeles, the big city, and I wanted to come somewhere that I was actually in the forest. And I don't know necessarily why we need to have this monopole in the middle of the city so kids can get their video games quicker on their iPhone, I suppose, rather than actually maybe looking at a live tree and going down to the beach and enjoying themselves. So I'm supporting Rob, even though he's not with us anymore, in opposition of this item. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. George Learmonth, followed by Ms. Linda Newman.
Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, my name's George Learmonth, and I'm here to talk about item 24, about the approval of garages at the Palmer Court. We've tried for a number of years to do this. We wanted to I just wanted to share a few quick experiences and a couple of things, and I'll be done. My wife and I lease out this unit at unit number 4. Our tenants have struggled over the years when they've stayed in the wintertime, dealing with the snow removal, getting their cars, getting them out of these areas. It's an issue. And we look at the potential of putting a garage in there to improve their time up in Incline. But also, it's a place that we believe when my wife and I retire, that it would improve our life or our experience up in Incline, and it would make it just a better place to live longer or spend more time there. I guess the thing that I look at is, why do people oppose something as simple as a couple of garages? It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense why this is so complicated. Yes, they're out of the way. It improves the life or the experience up in Tahoe. We happen to be an older unit. We're the only ones in the neighborhood that don't have a garage. So I'm not sure why somebody would want to really oppose something like this. It's something simple that I believe would improve the values of the homes in the area because it just makes it a nicer place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Linda Newman, followed by Mr. John Potash.
Ms. Newman, welcome.
Good morning. I'm Linda Newman, a 25-year Incline Village homeowner and registered voter. I believe that the integrity of our elections should be of paramount importance to our elected officials. I am here to request your assistance in ensuring that those you appoint are worthy of planning and executing our elections, and that those who assist our voters at the polls abide by our state and federal laws. During early voting, IVGID trustee Phil Horan was hired and trained by Washoe County Registrar of Voters, Specula. He worked as a poll worker and precinct manager at the early primary polling location at Rayleigh's in Incline Village from May 26th through June 8th. During that time, citizens contacted the registrar and our commissioner complaining of Mr. Horan's unlawful conduct. Complaints ranged from his advising voters who he was going to vote for, his hovering around voters as they cast their ballots. Some citizens expressed concern that an elected official had a conflict of interest in acting as a poll worker when he actively advocated for the election of 2 candidates for trustees on the ballot. Other citizens left the polling area before voting, citing their discomfort with Mr. Horan's close proximity to the ballot stations and his ability to see how they were voting. Several citizens also filed complaints with the Secretary of State, alleging Mr. Horan's attempt to influence or intimidate voters. This alleged misconduct is considered a felony under federal and state law. From here, the facts get murky. Citizens were told Mr. Horan had been fired by the registrar. Citizens were also told that their complaints would be investigated. 1 year later, the coordinator of outreach for the registrar, speaking at a Republican women's luncheon, stated that a trustee poll worker had been investigated, and it had been determined that he could not serve as a poll worker in the future. After this disclosure was posted on social media, Mr. Horan communicated directly with the registrar. In response, he emailed Mr. Horan a contradictory narrative to be used to answer any media inquiries. This new version of the truth rendered Mr. Haran as not being fired for wrongdoing nor investigated. Instead, he was let go by mutual consent due to an abundance of caution to avoid any appearance of a conflict. This should have been exercised proactively rather than retroactively. Our registrar must live up to the highest standards of competence and integrity. When that integrity has been challenged, you have created a cloud of distrust in the minds of every candidate and every voter. To ensure we have free and fair elections, I ask you to undertake a review of our registrar's performance and request the Secretary of State or the Attorney General commence an investigation of the poll worker accused of violating our election laws.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. John Potash, followed by Mr. Tim Stoffel.
Mr. Potash, welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. Long time no see. I'm here today to join many others in asking this board to open up the discussion of making Washoe County a Second Amendment sanctuary county, like many other counties have already done or are currently entertaining. This legislative session, many laws of great concern have passed or are still active, including laws that likely infringe on constitutional rights. Now, in other separate matters, I've seen Washoe County look to other surrounding states and counties to see how they handle certain matters. As of April this year, more than half the counties in Washington state have pledged not to enforce new gun restrictions. In Oregon, 8 counties have passed Second Amendment preservation ordinances. In Colorado, the resistance continues to build, with over half of the counties already officially opposed to a new red flag law, much like one that's still active in our current legislature. In New Mexico, nearly all county sheriffs oppose new infringements on the Second Amendment, with over three-quarters of the counties already having passed sanctuary county ordinances. Even in New York, 90% of counties oppose overly restrictive gun legislation. As for closer to home, this legislative session isn't even over yet, and already 5 counties have officially declared themselves Second Amendment sanctuaries, with many others in discussion to follow suit. And most county sheriffs already declaring that they will not enforce these infringing laws. As public representatives, you've all sworn an oath to support, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States and Nevada. So I ask you to please put this as a future agenda item to open up the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Tim Stoffel, followed by Sam Dene.
Welcome, Mr. Stoffel.
For the record, Tim Stoffel. I want to, I spoke on these Second Amendment items last week, so I'm not going to go into a lot of details on that, other than we're seeing our state legislature violate their own rules in kind of an egregious way by trying to bring back some of this legislation that's supposed to have already died. So I think it just underscores the very things that have been talked about here about making this a Second Amendment sanctuary, like so much of the rest of the country is doing, and so much of the rest of this very state are doing. It's time that we stood up for the fundamental rights of the citizens to defend themselves against whatever it is that needs to be defended against, basically enemies of our Constitution. So I think that's really important. The second thing I'd like to speak on is, and I've heard this over and over for months of coming here and testifying on various matters, is the mess that's going on at the northern end of where I live in the Lemon Valley Stead area. It seems to me that with the resources this county has, that something needs to be done and something drastic needs to be done, and that we need to stop playing around with what's going on, watching people lose their homes and lose their land and lose the value of their land, and all the other problems that come with the ground that's saturated with water. And we need to take whatever steps are necessary to protect the lives and livelihoods of the people that live up there. It's time we stop playing around and get this problem taken care of. The third thing I would like to comment on, I know it's been commented on by a number of people, is replacing our county manager. Let's not let Mr. Slaughter's replacement become a slaughter for the people of this county. And let's take a path that's going to result in fairness to people and not the kinds of problems that people are complaining about. That's all I have to say for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Sam Dene, followed by Mr. Frank Wright.
Mr. Dene.
Sam, Dene, the guardian angel against government bungling and media wacko freaks, lying, stealing, cheating. Nice smiley face over there. She knows I'm serious. And I like it when there's a big crowd for the Sam DNA show. I am Sam Dene. I'm an Air Force Academy graduate. I was a pilot for Pan Am for many, many years. They were blown out of business by the terrorists and then thrown under the bus by our own government. And since 1993, I've been the guard angel for all of Reno, almost unilaterally. I know you folks, and you're wonderful to come here with what your problems are and your issues are, and I'm sure they're important to you. I come down here, you guys come with a hunting rifle. Speaking of Second Amendment, you guys come here with a hunting rifle. I come here with a shotgun because I have hundreds and hundreds of issues that I have to take care of. And so I've been to virtually every single meeting and public comment since 1993, much to the chagrin of certainly the media wacko freak cowards back there. At any rate, I claim to be, for the last 5, 8, 10 years, I claim to be responsible for 92% of the good things about Reno. And nobody ever comes down and says, no, Sam, it's 95 or 88 or whatever. But I have had to change everything. It's no longer 92%, it's 87%. Because I was the driving force that brought the Gigafactory to the Reno area. And I was also a driving force that got the school bond, the never-ending infinite school bond tax approved. I didn't try real hard on it, but they succeeded, if that's the right word. Those are two of the worst things that have happened in Reno in the last 10 years, the Gigafactory and the school bond tax. The Gigafactory on the other side of the hill, we're paying for all of the things, all of the gridlock, the road rage, the hatreds, the suicides that are taking place in Reno, and we're paying for that. That's the Gigafactory, so I'm moving that down from 92% to 90%. And now we got this school bond tax, an infinite school bond tax, where your taxes are going to be paying for boondoggles, corporal welfare. The perfect example would be this Wild Creek Hug High School golf course. Now the school folks have a bottomless pit of money now, and now they want to spend $200 million to build a $50 million school, and they don't really care about the fact that hundreds and hundreds of older people are going to have their lives devastated with the gridlock and road rage. They don't like the elderly people. They flat do not like, and the school bond. I say they because they're a bully pulpit for the school.
Thank you, Mr. Dene.
What was that?
Mr. Dene, please step down.
Well, you're welcome. And thank you. But mainly thank you guys for listening.
Mr.
Dene,
Frank
please
Wright,
step
followed by
down.
Mr. John Eppolito.
Welcome, Mr. Wright.
Good morning. Frank Wright. You guys should have, I mailed you all a copy of what I'm going to be talking about, and hopefully you took the time to read it. You're all elected officials. You all go through campaigns. You all spend a lot of your time and money to become elected, to sit on this board. Would you want a person compromising the polls and campaigning at the polls as a poll worker, undermining all your efforts, undermining all your time and energy that you put into your election? Would you want that person who happens to be an elected official, using his power and his prestige as an elected official, to gather votes for the candidate of his choice, to rig an election in Incline? It's horrific, it's horrible. But to make matters worse, now we have the Registrar of Voters engaged in the cover-up of this event. Complaints were made to Marcia Burke-Bigler, to the Secretary of State, to the Washoe County Register of Voters, and nothing was done. Nothing. I talked to the Registrar of Voters last week, long conversation. She had a story for me. Now I'm reading another story that she publicly put out, and she didn't intend to put it out. She went to Mr. Haran, who was the person who started all this, and she tried to do damage control. Problem is, she sent it out in an email that came from the county. And that email was distributed to 100 people or more, and she didn't know it. And here is the story, Mr. Haran. This is what we're going to say when the press asks us about this event, Mr. Haran. This is our Registrar of Voters, ladies and gentlemen. She's working with the guy who rigged the election to make it sound better when the press asks her about the letter that Frank Wright sent to you people. And about the information that I shared with her when I called her to ask her why nothing had been done. I was a teacher for 35 years. If a student looked like he had been abused and I didn't report it, I would have been fired. She is a registrar of voters, and she was told there was campaign irregularities taking place in Incline. She's still there. She shouldn't be there tomorrow. You people are elected to protect us. You can do this. Please, please do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Mr. John Eppolito, followed by Ms. Irene Payne.
Welcome, Mr. Eppolito.
Thank you. My name is John Eppolito. I have 4 kids. I'm the president of Protect Nevada Children, although I'm not speaking for them, and I'm a real estate broker in Incline Village. I oppose the cell tower. I guess it's item 23 on your agenda. I don't know if I can last that long, so I figure I get my comments in now. One, this is a variance that's required. To me, if there's a variance required, it has to be some special reason. This isn't a special reason. Our cell phone coverage in Incline is excellent the way it is. This is going to be an eyesore in the middle of town. That's number 2. Also, any negative effects of this cell tower, whether real or perceived, will be felt by all the people that either rent or live or own in that area. I've read that real estate values, as a broker, real estate values also supposedly will go down of all those condos around there. I don't own anything close to there, so it's nothing personal, but I do think it may affect real estate values for a lot of people. There's a proposed tower for Tunnel Creek, which is fine. I would support that. It's up on the hill where they should be. There's also a small one right on Highway 28, also not as big of a deal because of the power, the output. I don't oppose that one either. But this one, I'm having a hard time reading my handwriting. The school district tried to put a tower at our high school, which is very close to where this tower would be. And we had 300 signatures to stop that tower in about 5 minutes. People don't want them close to schools. And unfortunately, and they're stopping them all over the country by schools. Unfortunately, this one, in my opinion, is too close to the middle school. And at line of sight, I do believe if it was someone owned a home there, they would have to be notified, but since it's just a school and just kids and the way the laws are, nobody has to inform all the parents of those kids that are there every day. And also there's some rentals that are going to be even closer to this tower, and nobody has to inform the people in those rentals. And there's a lot of people, there's going to be kids, and if there is a health issue with these, it seems to be the cumulative effect. And you got kids that are born and they're going to be within couple hundred feet of that tower for the first 7, 8, 10, 15 years of their lives, 24/7 some of these kids, and nobody has to tell them. I asked TRPA if they would, they said no. The people that are making the money off the tower, they've heard me say this more than once, I've seen them write notes on it. As far as we know, that no one has ever told the renters and the people that will be affected by this, please vote no on this tower. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Irene Payne, followed by Ms. Lori Rodriguez.
Welcome, Ms. Payne. Nice to see you.
It's good to see you too. Good morning, Chair Hartung, Commissioners, County Manager Slaughter. For the record, Irene Payne. I'm here to make public comment on an item that is due to appear on a future agenda. And unfortunately, when it's due to appear, I won't be able to attend. And it's the appointment of a position to the Washoe County Regional Animal Services Board. It's a position that I currently fill, and I have submitted my application for reappointment. I bring to the advisory board not only my communications experience, but knowledge of our county and a passion for our county's animals. What I don't bring is any kind of agenda, just a desire to serve and a commitment to serve. So I respectfully ask, when the time is right, that you give my application serious consideration. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I want to thank you for your commitment and all the work you do for our county. And County Manager Slaughter, you will be missed. Thank you very much for everything that you've done for our county. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Lori Rodriguez, followed by Mr. Ben Dossif.
Ms. Rodriguez.
Good morning. For the record, Lori Rodriguez. I would like to read to you an edited version of a proposal I presented to the NDOT board on May 13th. I am bringing this to your attention as you would be part of this project, and it is important that you are involved from the beginning. The addition of a third lane to the I-80 has been a topic of discussion, but the real issue is how to move people to Trick. I would like to propose a monorail. Since we are targeting one specific location, this would make perfect sense. Elevated trains using the latest technology are non-polluting, fast, and quiet. In some areas, they are being built on the sides of and in the centers of existing freeways. Passenger cabs can be added as the demand grows, and the trains are proving to be profitable. I see this project in 3 phases, with the first being from Sparks to Trick. The second would be from Fernley to Trick. The third would be from Fallon to Fernley. Stations with adequate parking would be needed, just as airports have now, and revised bus routes to accommodate riders would be nice. The present employers at Trick already have 94 shuttles in operation. I envision these vans to be centered at the Trick station to ferry people to their workplaces. This would reduce the operating costs for the employers, encouraging them to keep the van pools. Using the approximate $400 million budget projected for the third lane build, I think a minuscule amount could be allocated for a feasibility study of a monorail. Many of the major costs in building these systems is literally moving mountains. We don't have that problem with the corridor. Also, construction companies should have verifiable experience building elevated trains as a requirement to submit a bid. We need to make changes starting now, because if we don't start now, then when? It is so easy to fall back on the same old, same old. If countries all over the world are building these, so can we. I'm speaking about this idea at the 9 different county commission and city council meetings in the area to see if there's interest for this endeavor. We have nothing to lose by researching this mode of travel and everything to gain. My original presentation to NDOT also included high-speed train proposals for the I-11 and the I-15, but today I'm speaking specifically about the I-80. If you and your constituents would support a feasibility study for a monorail, I encourage you to go to the NDOT board meetings and contact the director's office, the governor's office, and Kate Wilson in the lieutenant governor's office. We can make a difference if we let our representatives know that we would like to see this happen. We need to be determined, patient, and involved from the start. Only then can we see this project become what we want it to be for now and in the future. And I would like to thank Mr. Hartung and Mr. Lucy for patiently sitting through the second reading for you two. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Ben Dossif, followed by Mr. George Lee.
Welcome, sir.
Hello. I'm here to ask for help on Lake Tahoe. It's listed at one of the top 20th most beautifulest lakes in the world. I moved to Incline Village 4 years ago, I've been coming to Lake Tahoe for 42 years, and I've noticed in the last 3 years, we have a pollution problem, a trash problem. The lake, the last spring and the spring before, I've noticed massive amount of plastic that was close to the beach, and I found out later that it moves around throughout the lake. I learned on the national news 6 months ago that the reason why the oceans are trashed is from the land. People throw trash on the land. It ends up in rivers and streams that lead to the ocean. And I believe that our lake is being trashed the same way. I've talked to TRPA, the county. Nobody, they don't want to do anything about it. It's ridiculous to let one of the most beautiful places in the world just let it go. I'm asking for everyone here to give some help on solving the problem. Along 28 East Shore is full of trash alongside the road. The trails are trashed from people using the trails, and no one's cleaning it up. Along 28 East Shore, there's no signs pertaining to trash. There's no penalty signs pertaining to trash, and I would like to know why. It doesn't make no sense to me. And I'm just here asking for some help from all of you that probably have ties with the county and the state to go out and just look at all the trash out there. And I'm just here to ask for some help. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. George Lee.
George Lee, and I live in Sparks. I agree with the people who've spoken already, requesting that we keep our county in compliance with the requirements that the county sheriff, who is elected as a constitutional office, and has a duty to comply with the state and federal constitution, which is the Second Amendment and all of the things that do carry on down to us, and to empower them, the sheriff and the sheriff's department, to follow through with those requirements of duty. My second thing is water management in the North Valleys. And there's a health problem with the effluent. I believe there's effluent in Swan Lake, and caused by overruns of storage for the water treatment plants. And the very idea of building runoff reservoirs is a great idea, and I'm wholeheartedly with that, but it shouldn't be done after further development. You should stop all further development until this problem has been satisfied, because all it's going to take is a good week's worth of storms. We'll be overrun again, and we'll have even more problems. So let's go full speed ahead at building these ponds, and that's all I had to say. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
I have nobody else signed in.
Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to speak who is not signed in at this time? Ma'am, you're welcome to come down and speak if you'll just fill out a card afterwards.
Oh, I filled one out.
Was it for a specific agenda item, ma'am?
It's for item number 23.
Yeah, this is general public comment, but you're still welcome to speak.
Okay.
You can speak on any item that you'd like. On item 23, you have to tell me about item 23.
Okay, well, thank you. My name is Sandra Griffin, and I'm here to speak on item number 23, which is the proposed cell phone tower in Incline Village. I'm sorry? Oh, sorry, is this better?
There you
Okay. So my name is Sandra Griffin. I'm here to speak on item number 23, the proposed cell phone tower in Incline Village. Incline Village has been a part of our family's life since I was a child. I learned how to ski at Ski Incline with my brother and my cousins. We purchased a home there 10 years ago with the intent to retire full-time there. Hopefully that'll be just in a few years. Our home is not a rental. It never has been, and it won't be. We are present and invested in the community. We care very, very much about our neighborhood, about the lake, about the community in general, and we are alarmed and disheartened at the size and scope of the tower that's proposed for the heart of town. This strikes us as being the largest and most obtuse structure to be put in Incline Village to date, and it's going right in the heart of town when there are other locations that we hear that are available for similar or the same structures that are more out of the way, excuse me. This is a very densely populated area. The National Association of Realtors does say that properties located within a close proximity to cell phone towers devalue up to 20%. Buyers don't want to live near cell phone towers. So we are protesting the location of the tower. We like having great cell phone service. We just think that if a new tower is needed, if we need additional services, this large structure doesn't have to be right smack in the middle of town. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Clerk, did you get that recorded for signing in? Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak before I close this item? Okay, seeing none, I will close public comment. Mr. Manager, item number 4.
Item 4, this is Commissioner, County Manager's announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commission updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Do you have any such items? Okay. Commissioner Burke-Bigler, I have you signed in first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have several things. First, I will start with the good news on Lake Tahoe. For those of you who have not seen it, we have gone up 10 feet in clarity in 1 year, or gone down, I should say. It's actually down 10 feet in clarity in 1 year. We are now at 70.9 feet in clarity for the year of 2018, which is fabulous for us. And it indicates that the work we're doing through TRPA and through the various communities that live around the lake is actually working, which is a comfort to see that we are trying to bring our lake back to the clarity and beauty that it once had. So I think that's a very important detail. I would like you also to know that I have already spoken with our district attorney, Mr. Liparelli, regarding the issue of a Second Amendment sanctuary for Washoe County and what we can do, how we go about doing that. I asked him this morning, he's going to do some research for us on it and have a discussion with the sheriff. I also will discuss it with the sheriff. And so I think that's going to probably be on our agenda after Mr. Liparelli gets the opportunity to put together all the information on what we can do and how we go about doing it. I need to put my glasses on, I can't see. I'd also like, I know we've spent a lot of time talking about options on Lemon Valley. But one of the things I'm curious about is there's been a lot of discussion, and I believe Commissioner Herman is the one who first brought it forward, of building a reservoir on the east side of the valley. Yes, the east side of the valley. I'd like to know, Mr. Solero, or Mr. Manager, what's the cost? What location? What's the cost? How long is it going to take us to do this? And what are all the time factors involved in this? Because it does seem at this stage of the game that might be, if the cost is, that might be the way we need to go. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. But I am very curious about the cost associated with it and exactly where that reservoir would be located and how we would pipe it. How would the piping, is it already in? Is the capability there to do that? I don't know the answer to that, so I'd really like to see that. And finally, I'm very concerned about what the Registrar of Voters did with regard to this issue with Mr. Horan and the fact that she didn't contact me. Because when this whole issue happened back during the election, I contacted her. And I'm a little concerned that now we are a year and a half out, and it's May 24th of 2019, and this was, well, we're a year out, because this was in May, so it was prior to the primary election, or right around the primary election of 2018, and I've heard nothing from the registrar of voters, and these people are my constituents who are all coming and complaining to me about what she did. I don't know what she's talking about, because I know there were complaints registered with her, and I'd like to know exactly what's going on. So if you could have her please come see me and make a presentation to me on what's going on with that, I'd appreciate it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Burke-Bigler. Vice Chair Lucy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just keep mine extremely brief this morning. A lot of my comments were covered by Commissioner Burke-Bigler. One thing I'd like to add is that I was able to participate a couple weeks ago in Las Vegas with Chairwoman Kirkpatrick at an Opportunity Zone Expo. And it is kind of a budding new opportunity here in northern Nevada. A good majority of Reno, our downtown area, and Sparks along the East Truckee River corridor and out into the Tahoe Reno Industrial Center are all identified as opportunity zones. We were able to speak to a number of individuals from capital managers from across the country and individuals that have projects. And some of the new things that are coming out is the ability to pay for a lot of public infrastructure through opportunity zones, through the new regulations. So not just buildings and new real estate, but potentially water pipes, sewer treatment plants, things of that nature, roads that can be utilized by the public and could be paid for through opportunity zones. So some very interesting things that are happening. Like to kind of have a further discussion here at the board in regards to opportunity zones and what we are doing to address those concerns and as these projects become more readily available. So if we could do that in the future, that would be fantastic. And what we could do jointly with Clark County as it pertains to some of these joint task force. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Herman, you're signed in next.
Thank you very much. I just have two questions for staff. At the joint meeting, I asked for a moratorium resolution for projects that would affect Lemon Valley, and that was a result of that meeting. And I have had a lot of questions from people in the northern part of this county about their road work. It seems like we need to give them a little report on that. So can we get that, please? And that's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Jung.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you all know and were made aware, yesterday was Memorial Day, and I wanted to let the board and the members here know that I spoke, as I do every year, per invitation from the Veterans Cemetery in Lemon Valley for the annual Veterans Day Memorial. I believe I've been doing that for 10 years now. Councilwoman Weber gave me this honor after she had been doing it so many years as a commissioner out there. And I want to highlight whom accompanied me. That would be my parents, my 83-year-old parents, my father, who is a Vietnam veteran and career Air Force retiree, my husband, who is a Gulf War veteran, and our dear friend, Steve Wheeler, who was my husband's buddy in the Gulf War. Also as a veteran, and that is the highest honor to do that, and not something I really look forward to. It's difficult to be looking out at the crowd of people falling apart because their sons, daughters, brothers, sisters, spouses didn't come home in their fight to maintain that we can have meetings like this relatively safely. I too am concerned about the register of voters. I have email and text because I was contacted by concerned citizens in Incline Village and some activists, and I spoke, text, and emailed with both the manager and the register of voters and was assured that there was no issue. So that does need to be looked into and further explored, and potentially a new policy in writing that's black and white that maybe elected officials shouldn't be poll workers, and maybe elected officials' family shouldn't be our poll workers. My mother was a poll worker since I was a small child in California. Every single year she did it as a volunteer. As soon as I was elected to office, I said to my mother, doesn't matter what cycle, what year, you will no longer be a volunteer poll worker, because it has the impression even that in some way, somehow, she could be monkeying with a fair and secret ballot, which is so very sacred to all of us, and to not have undue pressure. That's why we also have a line of no campaigning after a certain point, so that people are not harangued and harassed and meant to feel uncomfortable exercising one of our most sacred rights here. So that needs a clear investigation, and I want also to be involved on that. I want all the paperwork. I want all what has been done, what hasn't been done. I'll provide what I have as well, because that, and we're just now gearing up again, and I'd like to see where that is, and if there is a necessity, let's get that policy written as well. So there's clearly black and white lines on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Jung. For me, Commissioner Burke-Bigler, we did talk about, not to get in any discussion, it was on the matrix,
Yes, I know it is.
and it is parcel 080-74002. So
That tells me nothing.
if you took it down, and put it in the map, it would show you where it is. So, and I'm happy to have that conversation again.
I also want the cost.
I would, again, love to have I'd love the staff to bring the matrix back, and let's talk about direction and costs of all of those possibilities. I too have had conversations, by the way, with the sheriff with respect to the provisions of having a sanctuary county, what the laws are, how they would potentially enforce or not enforce certain laws, what the implications would be for the two cities, because the fact that Washoe County proclaims sanctuary doesn't mean that the cities are, so, because they have their own separate police forces. But Mr. Luparelli, I look forward to having that conversation brought back to us. And then I too am interested in the issues with the voter registrar and the issues that occurred in Incline Village, so I look forward to that. And Mr. Luparelli, I think it's time that we bring back the lawful use of moratorium, when, how, where, and why it's used. So I have nothing else. Does anyone else have anything that got shaken loose? Okay, I will close that. Mr. Manager, item number 5, consent.
Item 5 is your consent agenda today. That's represented in items 5A through 5H3.
Okay. Does anyone wish any items to be pulled from consent, or any changes or highlighted? If there are none, I will entertain a motion. Commissioner Herman, I have you signed in. Go ahead.
There was one item on consent that I just want, it was about the rodeo thing.
Is your microphone on?
Oh, I thought it was, but I'm sorry. Oh, it was. So.
Which item?
I just wanted to comment on the wonderful paintings all along the fence. It doesn't affect the item really, except for the fact that the rodeo was mentioned. So I just wanted to thank whoever it was that had that idea, and the artists that are doing that, because it's just amazing. Thank
Okay.
you.
Anything else? Okay, I will entertain a motion for the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Lucy, second by Commissioner Burke-Bigler. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment on the consent agenda?
Mr. Chair, we did have an item, an email come in for item 5G2 that will be placed on the record.
Okay, thank you. I see no one wishing to speak, so I will close public comment. Motion by Lucy, second by Burke-Bigler. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Manager, item number 6, and if we could, Mr. Manager, what I'd like to do is I can do this. Open item number 6 and item number 7 simultaneously, because they are exactly the same. And the only reason I'm not taking a block vote right now, Commissioners, is because we have some special guests that are are waiting, and so let's go ahead and just move right into this, and then I will entertain a block vote after that. Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, perhaps I'll read these items so the board
Thank
knows
you.
which items these are. So this is items 6 and 7. Item 6 is a recommendation to acknowledge a grant of $500,000 with no county match required awarded to the Second Judicial District Court from the State of Nevada Department of Health and Human Services to build Inspires, retroactive April 1, 2019 through September 30, 2019 for the Second Judicial District Court, and direct the Comptroller's Office to make the necessary budget amendments. And item 7 is a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners to acknowledge payment to IBM in an amount not to exceed $700,000 for fiscal year 2018-19 and fiscal year 2019-2020 to build and provide 1 year of service for Inspires, including the use of $100,000 of general fund contingency, and direct the Comptroller's Office to make the necessary budget appropriation transfers.
Okay. Your Honor.
Good morning,
Walker,
Mr.
welcome.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Commission, Mr. Slaughter, Mr. Liparelli. My name is Egan Walker. I have the privilege of serving as a district judge here in the Second Judicial District Court in Department 7. I bring you news of a solution. I hope you find it helpful. May I use the overhead, please? Inspires simply stands for Integrating Nevada, Supporting Partnerships, Improving Results, and Effectuating Successes. Inspires is a collaboration between Washoe County Manager's Office, Human Services, the District Attorney's Office, the Public Defender's Office, the Alternate Public Defender's Office, Jan Evans Juvenile Justice, the Nevada Department of Education, and the Nevada Administrative Office of the Courts. And Inspires is really designed to answer this problem. For vulnerable children and vulnerable citizens in the county, that's what processes in the county, particularly court processes, often look like. Where to go, how to go, when to go, to find the right service for the right child at the right time is always a struggle. And Inspires will answer questions in cases such as this. Nearly 3 years ago, a young boy was shot at Hug High School by a school police officer. That boy's family tree is this family tree. So that boy is one of these children. His father and mother have complicated families, like mine. They have multiple children through different spouses. Those children and their families have needs. When this young man was shot at Hug High School, he was under my jurisdiction. And I am haunted still today by the question, what did I miss? What could I have done differently? What service could we have given to this family within this community that might in some way have changed the outcome? What we discovered after this young boy's shooting was that that family tree had 8 dependency cases involving all of the children. 5 of the children were involved in the family drug court that I was then responsible for. 3 juvenile delinquency cases were in play, 2 minor guardianship cases, a criminal case against mom, 3 criminal cases involving dad, 3 child support cases, a termination of parental rights case, a paternity case, and 5 protection order cases. In summary, there were 26 different cases, 4 that were active at the time of the shooting, with at least 11 different judges involved. You can multiply those numbers by an exponential factor of probably 2 and 3 when you consider the number of social workers, the number of probation and parole officers, the number of human services representatives involved with his family. And in the end, the conclusion I came to is that we were, by the processes of our system, setting families up to fail, or at least contributing by their failure. And so what does Inspires do? How does Inspires help solve that problem? And Inspires is really about this. You may have heard of the supercomputing system called IBM Watson. IBM Watson was created to cure cancer. IBM Watson can do things like read every document ever written about cancer and the treatment of cancer, and then use predictive analytics to give a doctor making treatment decisions about a patient with cancer suggestions for things that work. I want the same thing for kids. Kids in this community live at the speed of light. Their needs change daily. Their families' needs change daily. And I need to know today, right now, in court as I'm making a decision, what's going on with that kid. And so what IBM will help us do is pull data from the court database, the juvenile services database, and the human services database, and then collate that data in a way that I can use it. I got 2 brain cells. I read pretty fast, I talk pretty fast, but I can't get it all in my head at the speed of light. IBM can. And through a lot of services with IBM, I can collate that data. I can build associations with the data. I can help a family understand that rather than making them come 4 times in the same week to 4 different judges in 4 different courtrooms, perhaps we could organize the court schedule so that they could come once, so that they could keep a job, so that they wouldn't miss school. IBM's suite of services to us through this project will ultimately provide inputs and data to social workers in the field. Social workers are unsung heroes in this community. They go the same place peace officers go. They do many of the same things peace officers do, and they do it without backup and without a firearm. And they will have data live, dynamically, at the same time as everyone else in the system that offers suggestions about, in the child's family I mentioned to you, if I had known his father had been arrested for DUI a few weeks before, if I had known that there was a temporary protective order issued between his father and mother a few weeks before, if I had known that he was skipping school the week before, if I had known, perhaps, just perhaps, a different decision could have been made. In summary, that's all IBM and the Inspires project are about. What it looks like to me in the court is this. I put children and vulnerable families, that's what the dependency system is in this county, what we call the foster care system, at the center of our world. And I look for all the connections in that family, minor guardianship cases, juvenile delinquency cases, the custody case, the child support case, the domestic violence case. And I ask myself, what needs aren't being met by the system? And how can I help connect children with needs? Because my mantra is the right service for the right kid at the right time. And Inspires will help us do that. What's even more exciting about Inspires, in my view, is this. This isn't a Washoe County project. This isn't a Reno project. This project is intended to go statewide so that we can use data dynamically across the state, from the welfare system, the educational system, the juvenile justice system, parole and probation, and the court system, so that we don't ask families to live in these arbitrary silos in which we conveniently put them to serve our needs. I'm going to steal a quote from my IBM colleagues. This is a part of their presentation this afternoon, and plagiarism is the best compliment I can offer. I love this quote, though, because it really distills the information I give to you and where we are going to go with this as a solution. It says, let our advanced worrying become advanced thinking and planning. Let us be proactive and not reactive. And that's what Inspires is about. I'm happy to take any questions you may have. I think I've thrown enough at you.
Judge Walker, tell us, how many other counties or states or municipalities across the nation are currently using this system?
Well, there is one other. First, let me give a shout out to the Judicial Epicenter for Education, and that is right here in Reno, Nevada. The National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges and the National Judicial College are right here. Through those associations, I can tell you there's one other court in the country currently using augmented intelligence or enhanced intelligence abilities, and that's in Ohio, one other. There are other counties in California that have used this. What it really is about is health management or community services management, but this would put the state of Nevada and Washoe County, not would, it is going to put us on the map because we can develop data. We can show what works. I like nothing more than kids I don't see in the courtroom, and that's my goal, is to work away from the kids and adults I now see in the courtroom.
Wonderful. Having a data-driven process. Vice Chair Lucy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It has been an honor to work with Judge Walker and the staff at the Second Judicial Court and the Family Court on this process. I was asked to participate early on and to see the presentations and see how this has evolved over the last year and a half or almost 2 years since we've started, and the solutions that they brought forward, the solutions that they've had for Sonoma County, the solutions that they've had that really do help streamline the process within our Second Judicial Court. This has been one of the challenges that we see these families consistently have, and it is the absolute depletion of resources on our half. From if you want to look at it from a cost benefit, the money that is spent helping to try to reschedule and renegotiate and allocate time for these families that are been displaced through this legal process is tremendous. And it's all based upon the ability not having that data readily available. And to see this data be instantaneously readily available for our judges, our Human Services Agency, our public defenders, our courts, our sheriff's office, our DA's office, you name it. Everybody who's involved in these processes will have up-to-date process information on these individuals and can help make those decisions much quicker and much more streamlined for these families. So not talking a waste of money, but also for these families, the time that they expend and things that are lost, jobs, kids that are displaced, foster care that is needed, all these different challenges that come because of a broken process of not being able to get data to the right people fast enough. I can't say enough about this Inspires program and where it has come from and what we are, and to your point, Mr. Chair, this is going to be so unique. It's not going to be like anything you've seen across the country. This will be our process. And to the point where it's been so well crafted that Clark County has been inspired by this and wants to participate. The state of Nevada has been inspired by this and it was willing to participate. This will be a forefront of how we deal with judicial issues as it pertains to Second Judicial Court and family dependency within our court process for years and years to come. This really is groundbreaking. So I look forward to hopefully that this commission will support this initiative and move forward and help back this in any way, shape, or form. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Lucy. You know, as I look at this, I can only wonder as you start working through this process, Your Honor, and you start discussing all of the information that you have at hand with the families and the defendants. I'm wondering what they're going to think. How did you ferret all of this information out? And I think it's an amazing opportunity for Washoe County, and I genuinely look forward to this. Would you introduce the team from IBM? I think it's only proper they've taken the time to come and
So let me introduce colleagues from IBM and court administration. First, I'd like to introduce Jackie Bryant, who's the court administrator, Miss Alicia LaRue, her assistant or administrative or second in command. I'm sorry. Really, they get credit for bringing this to the county. They attended a conference, saw a fit for a need, and have made IBM come and have been relentless in beating IBM into submission. When you see a little tiny county commissioner take on a multinational, multi-billion-dollar corporation, I'm proud of those who serve, and I'm proud to serve with Ms. Bryant. I'm going to let the team members introduce themselves to you because I can't remember the names.
You know, and I'll ask them to come up. And Ms. Bryant, thank you so much. You and your staff, always on the cutting edge, and that's I'm forever in your debt. Gentlemen, would you come up and introduce yourselves? And I'm assuming all of your middle names are Watson. I don't know if any of you are Jeopardy fans. If you watched Watson on Jeopardy, it was frightening. And how it learned along the way. It can be fooled by some of the tricks in the English language, but it's amazingly intuitive. Gentlemen, please introduce yourselves and
Walter Sapersky, and I focus in health and human services and data integration.
My name is Ken Woolsey. I'm a resident of San Diego County, San Diego, California, and very much looking forward to this engagement and this work that we're partnering together on. All the promises that have been made, my job to deliver.
And good morning. My name is Tony Williams, and if Sam's still in the room, I want to let him know that I'm also an Air Force Academy grad, so appreciate the service. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Okay, commissioners, is there anyone else who has any questions or would like to speak? If not, before I entertain a motion, Judge Walker.
I just wanted to be available for any questions.
Okay, I see none. So before I entertain a motion, I have one person signed in wishing to speak. Mr. Ippolito, or Madam Clerk, I'm sorry.
Mr. Ippolito is on the list to speak.
Mr. Ippolito?
He appears to not be here. Oh, here he is.
He's coming down now. Item 6, we've combined items 6 and 7, Mr. Ippolito.
Thank you. Everything I heard from the judge sounded great. It sounds like a great system, sounds like a great way to use the service and the data. I did want to mention one thing that you guys probably can't do anything about, but just to educate you people. Nevada is one of maybe only 6 or 7 states in the country that is collecting, storing data on children, all children, in the aggressive way that they are. And we're still at the bottom in education, but we're in the top of collecting data on kids. Not just the type of kids that you just saw the fancy picture on, the family tree, all kids. And it's one of the things that we at Protect Nevada Children are very concerned about. The data that's collected through Infinite Campus, if you have kids or grandkids, that data is everything. Medical, discipline, psychiatric, it's all collected in Infinite Campus. That data is shared from every district in the state to the State Department of Ed's SANE system. Neither one of those systems ever delete this data on the kids. I was just in the principal's office this morning at my middle school. One of my twins had an issue. This incident will never be deleted, and we don't know how it's going to affect the future of these kids. It's great that it's helping people, and I support that, but the discussion we need to have at the state level is, why are you storing this data forever, and why aren't you telling the parents? And again, I know you don't have direct control over that, but I did want to add that right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Jung, I have you signed in also. Go ahead. As I bring it back to the board.
Thank you. Judge Egan Walker, thank you. I think it is so important that, I think what you were trying to say is that having all this data before you would also help you ID any stressors that are happening in somebody's life when it comes to whether or not you would sentence them, or what other continuum of care or even punishment is necessary for a child. And had you had that at your fingertips, that child probably wouldn't be at Hug High School that day. And I commend you for taking a time that was very much a tragedy. And, you know, I think it's our job here on this planet that when we look back with regret at something, that we make sure that that never happens again in a system. So I'm happy you're the poster child of that, and I give you a lot of credit for that, and that's why you are at the pinnacle of your career, a judge. I still say, I never went to law school, but I always say, doesn't every kid that goes to law school want to be a judge? That is the pinnacle to me. So duly deserved, and I'm proud to serve with you. I'm proud that you are an elected official here. I want to talk about data and how it's necessary for us to collect data, and that data then can drive the next things that we do throughout anything, but most especially when we're dealing with children and families in crisis. And I'm certain, but perhaps you can get up and speak to this, or you can let us know later, all through an email, whatever you may think is the best practice for the experts from IBM. For correct me if I'm wrong, but data takes necessary identifying information and changes those into numbers that are not identifiable anymore if anybody got a hold of the information, much like HIPAA laws, and much like what Farrah Fawcett was able to implement at hospitals after her data was released by by workers at the hospital when her second diagnosis of cancer came around. And people now are numbers. So anybody who looked at this, who probably even shouldn't be looking at this data, and those are usually the ones, wouldn't know anything other than these are numbers of people. So I don't have that big concern about data. I think data is what helps us inform and make us do evidence-based practices rather than what feels good or what is your personal philosophy or values. So I wholly support this. And would be happy to be involved in any way, shape, or form that I could help you. I used to work for Child Protective Services right out of grad school and a foster family agency, so I'm well connected with the horror, Judge Egan, that you deal with every day and what you have to go to bed with every night, because it's not a pretty area of our justice system. And I think we would be remiss if we didn't say the HSA extraordinaire, Amber Howell, is here. There's no way you guys did this without Amber Howell's involvement, encouragement, money identification, et cetera, because she is our walking, talking West Coast, if not national, subject matter expert on how to create systems that hold families in place and give people a chance. And there's one other thing I want to say about that. The Criminal Justice Advisory Board that I'm on, all the judges there are very conscientious of putting people in jail for too long when they have no risk. And people, when you miss 3-4 days of work, guess what happens? You're fired. So you get out of jail, you have all these fines, and you also are unemployed. So we're trying to walk that backwards, thanks to Jackie Bryant, the court administrator. She is a repository of all of the data that we are doing with our intake. But Judge Egan, you said an important thing too. Kids are missing so much school. And this needs to be something that that's not okay. That's not adaptable for this kid's future life. You can't miss school, period. Not allowed to miss school. That was the way it was in my house. You didn't miss school. School is your job. And I'm sorry, courts, you need 4 different days with these kids. They're not missing school. So I love that this then puts this all at one place. If they need to come to the courts, it's hopefully as little of time as possible when they are supposed to be taking care of their responsibilities and showing up. Because what you are demonstrating by pulling them out of school continuously is that school's not important. And we all know that 99% of our life is showing up. So big believer in school and school attendance and perfect attendance. And I came from a family, there's no such thing as too sick to go to school. I'm sure that wouldn't fly today with other parents, but that was the way it was done in my home. So I think it's wonderful. I know that our Human Services Agency, along with the partnerships with all these other people that touch our families in crisis, will make us, if we not already are, a model for the rest of the country in how we deal with families in crisis. So thank you. I'm supportive of this.
Thank you, Commissioner Jung. Okay, is there anyone else? All right, Mr. Luparelli, because I've opened items 6 and 7, how would you like me to approach this? Can I take one motion that would encompass both items, or did you want 2 motions, sir, to keep me legal?
I think you can do one motion for both items.
Thank you. I will entertain a motion, Commissioners.
You've already taken public comment on both 6 and 7.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Lucy.
I would make a motion to approve agenda items 6 and item 7.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Lucy, second by Commissioner Burke-Bigler. Is there any discussion at the board? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Please affirm your votes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We appreciate all the hard work. I look forward to seeing the outcome of this and seeing how the application may be applied to other systems and resources in the county across the board. I think we can dramatically improve what we do by data collection and data dissemination. So thank you so much for all the hard work. Commissioners, we are now on to a block vote.
Mr. Chair, at this time, I'd like to propose in the form of a motion a block vote for recommendation of the board at this time. In the form of a motion, I'd like to recommend that we put agenda items 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 18 into block.
Okay. Commissioners, is
Second.
is that okay? I have a motion by Commissioner Lucy, second by Commissioner Burke-Bigler. Mr. Manager, would you read those items?
Happy to do that. Item 8 is a recommendation to authorize the purchasing contracts manager to issue multi-year purchase orders for temporary employment services with Acro Services Corporation, Manpower Marathon Staffing Group, and Talent Framework on a requirements basis to cover the specified services for a period of approximately effective July 1, 2019 to March 31, 2021, and to join on to UNLV's contract number 7885 with My Next Career Path through February 22, 2020. Estimated annual cost for service will be in excess of $150,000. Item 9 is a recommendation to approve primary award bid number 3078-19 for printing paper card stock envelopes for Washington County Digital Communications Office of the County Manager and Washington County School District to lowest responsible bidder. Spicer Paper for an approximate annual amount for Washington County of $110,000 and for an approximate annual amount for the Washington County School District of $47,000. A secondary grant awarded to Veridive Express for an approximate annual amount of $10,000 and to purchase and authorize the purchasing contracts manager to issue purchase orders to each specific firm on a requirements basis for 1 year commencing June 1, 2019 through May 31, 2020, with an option for 2 additional 1-year renewal periods, provided pricing does not increase beyond that allowed in the bid. Item 10 is a recommendation to approve an agreement between Washoe County and the Washoe County School District, Ore Ditch and Extensions Water Company, and the Reno Sparks Convention and Visitors Authority concerning the duties and costs of design, construction, maintenance, repair, access, and liability associated with the relocation and undergrounding of a portion of the Ore Ditch located on a portion of the Wild Creek Golf Course in Sparks, Nevada. Item 12 is a recommendation to award a bid and approve the agreement to the lowest responsible bidder for 75 Court Street HVAC package unit replacement project. Staff recommends ACO Engineered Systems in the amount of $368,544, and if approved, direct the Comptroller's Office to make the necessary cross-functional budget appropriation transfers. Net impact to the county budget is 0. Item 13 is a recommendation to, 1, award a bid and approve the agreement to the lowest responsible bidder for the 2019-2023 seal for selected streets in Washoe County. PWPWA 2019-199 project. Staff recommends Sierra Nevada Construction in the amount of $2,774,007. And 2, approve a separate project court contingency fund in the amount of $300,000. Item 14 is a recommendation to award request for proposal RFP 3079-19 for the Child Protection Facility Operator at Kids Cottage Campus to the only responsible bidder, Core Dynamics, for the term of 25 months commencing May 30, 2019 to June 30, 2021, with a provision for 3 1-year renewals in an amount not to exceed $4,468,000 for the first 13 months and an amount not to exceed $4,403,808 annually thereafter. And if approved, authorize the chair to execute the agreement. Item 15 is recommendation to approve amendment number 1 to the current intrastate interlocal contract between the State of Nevada Department of Health and Human Services Aging and Disability Services Division and the Washoe County to reflect rate changes to attachment B, service billing for ongoing services to children with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And if approved, authorize the chair to sign the amendment number 1. Item 16 is recommendation to approve an agreement in support of pro bono and low-cost legal services for elderly between Washoe County and Washoe Legal Services in the approximate annual amount not to exceed $65,000 per year to be funded by applicable court filing fees and in an approximate annual amount not to exceed $75,000 to be funded by ad valorem tax for a total annual amount not to exceed $140,000 for the period July 1, 2019 through June 30, 2020, with the option to be extended for 1 additional year, and approve necessary resolution for the same. And item 18 is recommendation to approve the interlocal agreement between Washoe County on behalf of Washoe County Sheriff's Office and the Truckee Mills Fire Protection District for dispatch services for the period of July 1, 2019 through June 30, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $875,000 per fiscal year, with an option to extend 1 additional year.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Manager. So I have a motion and I have a second. Is there any discussion or questions by any of the commissioners on those items before I open public comment?
Mr. Chair, who was the seconder, please?
The second was Commissioner Burke-Bigler.
Thank you.
Do you have any, okay, so I see no one signed in. Any public comment, Madam Clerk?
No, sir.
Okay. I will close public comment. So we have a motion by Commissioner Lucy, second by Commissioner Burke-Bigler. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And please note, Madam Clerk, that Commissioner Jung is out of the room and I can't vote. Still can't vote.
It's recorded, since it was a block, it's recorded as.
Okay, good. Hopefully you'll take that down from my screen. Okay, that's okay. So here's what I'm going to do, Commissioners. I'd like to get item number 11 done, and then I'm going to open up item 23 for all those folks from Incline who have trekked down the mountain. Mr. Manager, item number 11.
Item 11, this is a recommendation to approve an interlocal agreement between Washoe County and the City of Reno for municipal water services, Stonegate Development, establishing their rights and responsibilities for the conveyance, treatment, and effluent management of wastewater flows from the Stonegate Master Plan community to the Washoe County Cold Springs Water Reclamation Facility. And
Mr. Smith. Welcome. Tell us why this is thus, and what is the reason for this thusness?
Good morning. For the record, Dwayne Smith, Director of Engineering and Capital Projects. This item before you today is a request for an approval of an agreement following an MOU that was approved in December on the 11th on this very same item. Washoe County owns and operates the only wastewater treatment facility in the Cold Springs area. We included the Hines Ranch development in our 2002 facility plan and updated that project in the 2017 update, which had then become the Stonegate development. A little bit more density, additional homes. So those flow projections were included in our anticipated, or basically included in the update to the 2017 plan. Previously, when Washoe County systems were utilized by others, we have had agreements in place, but sometimes those agreements get a little bit complicated. They're complicated for both the development and for our staff as they go through identifying whose technical specifications are used for that construction, who's paying the connection fees, who's paying the user fees, et cetera. So with this approach, we thought we'd get out on the front end and allow for a better approach for the management of all those items, permitting, connection fees, and then the collection of user fees, operation, maintenance, repair, and replacement. So again, this agreement is taking that approach to allow for Washoe County to own, operate, maintain, repair, and replace the sanitary sewer infrastructure that's located within both the City of Reno street areas and also all the off-site facilities. All of the appropriate easements are provided, including a general blanket easement for our sewer lines within those City of Reno streets. Ultimately, this is there's a lot of similarities here with the approach that we do use in the South Truckee Meadows, where just the reverse is true, where we have Washoe County interceptors located within City of Reno streets, and we also have Washoe County pipelines, City of Reno pipelines located within Washoe County streets. One might ask if there's challenges or problems associated with getting access to either just simply access through existing manholes or proposed manholes, or through the excavation through streets. By agreement, we will follow each other's requirements for encroachment and excavation permits. That's a standard of practice. In the event that there was an emergency on either side, we would go in to the streets, make those repairs as required, and then we would obtain an encroachment permit later. All of the review processes, all the payment options or approaches have been identified in this agreement. This agreement was taken to the City of Reno Council last week, where it was approved 5-1. And I'm here to answer any questions if you have them.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith. So I'm gonna start because I do have a couple of concerns, and I'll articulate those concerns, and hopefully we can come to some kind of a resolve. I see under background, as I read the staff report, that the facilities plan also identified adequate effluent management capacity within the existing rapid infiltration basins for the next 20 years. And recognizing new opportunities associated with treated effluent, the Stonegate developer has committed to participate in testing and pilot programs to explore feasibility of alternative uses of treated effluent. I think that that's a great statement, but here's my concern. Why didn't we approach Stonegate and the developers who want to, what's the current capacity of that plant right now in terms of ERUs, residential customers?
To the chair, the existing permitted capacity is 0.7 MGD, or 700,000
Right.
gallons a day. We're flowing currently just a little bit less than half of that.
How many ERUs does that represent, Mr. Smith? Approximately, just
Approximately 700 available ERUs
700
as the plant currently sits.
700 ERUs, okay. So why didn't we get and work towards an agreement with Stonegate to take that plant to Class A plus, where we're not creating effluent, where we're creating an asset? And we're already doing that in the South Truckee Meadows. Why aren't we planning now, prior to those new customers coming online, to get that plant to a Class A plus?
Well, I certainly appreciate the question. Both you and I share some of the same passions for what we do with our treated effluent. It is such an important resource. And please know that as we move into the future, that the developers of Stonegate have committed to both property and technical expertise to help as we continue to move through the feasibility studies associated with Class A plus. So maybe if I can just step back for a second, just to remind the board, we are actively engaged through the Nevada Water Innovation Institute at the university to understand the opportunities associated with Class A plus. Is it feasible for our area? If it is feasible, how do we implement it? What are those steps in the process? How do we educate the community? How do we go through these very technical but also sensitive areas to be ultimately successful in the implementation of Class A plus facilities and then banking that water in underground aquifers? So there's a lot of moving steps in the process, and there's a lot of excitement, and there's been a lot of success to date. As we continue to look forward and move forward, we do know that we'll need to expand, and we've planned for this expansion of our Cold Springs facility, again, as identified in the 2017 facility plan. We expect that as we move forward into the future, that there will be more and more homes brought online with the Stonegate development, the timing of those homes requiring that expansion of our facility will correlate with the continued success of the feasibility planning work for Class A plus, and create a point at which these two are basically married up successfully, so that then as we move into those planning efforts for that expansion of that facility, we include those required processes to create Class A plus water in that plant.
Okay. Because there's no other path forward, in my opinion, regardless of whether I sit in this chair or not, whether I'm on the commission or not, there's no other path forward. We have to be at Class A plus. We have to start treating water to the highest standard possible. And while I recognize RIBs are a great way to dispose of water, if we're at Class A plus, we're no longer disposing of water. We're just reusing it in the system. So those are my comments. Commissioner Herman, I have you signed in as well.
Thank you. Being a commissioner from District 5, a lot of people in that district are concerned about our ability to handle the situation. Have we learned enough from what happened at Lemon Valley and Swan Lake so that isn't going to be a repeat performance?
Through the chair to the commissioner, this facility is certainly a very technically advanced facility. We are very successful and have had no permit issues, just as we have had in Lemon Valley, as we have gone through the protections and the continued implementation of the systems to protect the wastewater treatment plant. So just as we've been successful in Lemon Valley, we expect to be very successful in Cold Springs as we continue to move forward with facility planning work. So I would certainly like to have additional discussions with you if needed, but ultimately this approach right now is to take ownership in a better and a smarter way associated with the infrastructure from the beginning of a new development, continuing that through working with the developers to pay connection fees, and then ultimately to the users that are paying their user fees to allow one agency to maintain, review, condition, and then track that information in the best way possible. I think this is a great approach and allows us to be more efficient in our approach and our process working with new development. So I think there's a lot of similarities and mirrors a lot of what we're trying to do, not only in Lemon Valley, but also in other areas where we have service territories.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, anyone else? So my final comment, Mr. Smith, is there, to my knowledge, and correct me if I'm wrong, there are no return flow requirements that will be placed on that Cold Springs plant whatsoever.
No.
So none of it has to go back to the river.
The approach for treated effluent is based on our current approach for any wastewater that comes into the facilities, which ultimately become the ownership, the rights, and the responsibility associated with the treatment plant. When a water is brought into a treatment or dedicated for potable water service, in those areas where there is a return flow requirement, the developer is obligated to not only dedicate that necessary water, but also return flow water. As we move forward in the future and we look at these opportunities for how we take Class A water, or reclaimed water or effluent to a Class A plus standard, there's some additional work that needs to be done to understand all of those specific detailed rights and responsibilities. That work is actually, a lot of that work has been done, but there are some final steps in a report that was done through a Bureau of Rec grant, again, through the Nevada Water Innovation Institute, and look forward to bringing that back to have a presentation and discussion on some of those more fine details associated with both water rights, obligations, and responsibilities.
And look, we both know there are no return flow requirements. Thus, the reason for, if we're not, and not to say that we shouldn't put clean water back in the river, but there's just absolutely no reason to dispose of that water out there. Let's make sure that we're cleaning it to the highest standard, and that plant is already at a Class A, correct?
We don't treat to a Class A at that plant because we don't have a reclaimed water system. We meet the minimum state requirements. Essentially it's a Class C requirement.
Oh my
and
goodness.
That water is then sent to the rapid infiltration basins where it does percolate through the ground and then recharge the existing groundwater table there. Those basins can handle up to about 6 MGD, is what the number is currently. But I would go back and reaffirm your point. We're very committed to the approach for identifying Class A plus as a future ability to more accurately, more conjunctively treat effluent for the benefit of all of our residents. And so that is the direction we're driving for. We may not use those RIBs as we move into the future. They may be used on a limited basis. But we certainly do appreciate your continued focus on the feasibility studies associated with Class A plus and providing that incentive.
My bad, I thought we were treating to a Class A standard. Now I'm even more disappointed. So I absolutely, I want to see this agreement where we get that plant to a Class A plus. If we're going to be doing any upgrades, why only upgrade to C? That would just be, foolish in my opinion. Okay, commissioners. Any other questions? All right. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
We have nobody signed in.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion if you'd
Commissioner
like.
Birkbiggler, please.
I move to approve the interlocal agreement between Washoe County and the City of Reno for municipal wastewater services of the Stonegate development, establishing the rights and responsibilities for the conveyance, treatment, and effluent management of wastewater flows from the Stonegate Master Plan community to the Washoe County Cold Springs Water Reclamation Facility.
I have a motion, and I will second that motion. Any discussion, commissioners? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Commissioners, I'm going to move to item number 23 now, since it is not a time-certain item. Mr. Manager, would you read item number 23, and then I will open the public hearing.
Happy to do that, Mr. Chair. This is a public hearing item. This is an appeal of the Washoe County Board of Adjustments approval of special use permit case number WSUP 19-0001, Incline Village Monopole. This project is for, one, the construction of a new wireless cellular facility consisting of a 117-foot-high stealth monopine structure, also known as a cell phone tower disguised to resemble a pine tree, designed as a co-location facility, and two, a minor deviation to vary the height standard and increase the monopine by 5 feet to the total 117 feet. The County Commission may affirm, reverse, or modify the decision of the Board of Adjustment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager. Do we have staff? Oh, Ms. Willander, I'm sorry, I didn't see you sitting there. I apologize. Welcome. So I will open the public hearing.
Julia,
Proceed. I'm sorry, proceed.
I'm Julia Olander with Planning and Building. I can present a presentation. Would you like to have a presentation?
Commissioner Birkbiggler, this is your district. Tell us what you'd like to do.
Mr. Manager, I am aware of, I've read through the staff report and extensively and am aware of the project itself. So really, I would leave that to the decision of the rest of the commissioners. I'm perfectly happy without a full-blown staff presentation. I know that the appellant has a number of people here who want to testify, as well as the proposer of the project, I suspect, has some people here and they want to say something. So it's entirely up to the rest of the commissioners. If they would like a full presentation from staff, then please do that.
Okay. Commissioners, what's the appetite?
Mr.
I've read through
Chairman,
it also. Yes, Mr. Luparelli.
this is a public hearing item and an appeal, so there are parties, for lack of a better word, and so for the sake of the record, it would be beneficial if there was at least a brief presentation, so the board and the other participants are operating from a common set of facts.
Okay. Ms. Olander.
All right.
I'll respect that.
All right. So this is an appeal to a special use permit for a tower in Incline Village that was presented to the Board of Adjustment on April 4th. It was approved at that meeting. However, it was appealed on April 12th. As stated earlier, this is a tower that is going to be located in Incline Village, which is required by our code and also by the Incline Village Commercial Community Plan. They both require a special use permit for a tower. You can see where it's located in Incline Village on Village Boulevard there. The tower is proposed to be 117 feet high. At this location, it is allowed to be 80 feet high, and then because of the location, the type of tower, it can be up to 112.5 feet high. However, they're also asking for a minor deviation to increase that height to 117 feet. That's primarily because of TRPA is asking for an extra height to make the tree look more, to make the monopine look more tree-like on the top, to put a crown on the top. The property is zoned general commercial, and the surrounding area is also zoned general commercial. This parcel does not require to show significant gap coverage because it is zoned general commercial. That is only required in the residential areas. The adjacent property is a dental office, and part of this property where this tower is to be located is part of the parking lot for the dental office. Here's a sort of a site plan of it that's showing where the parking lot is, and then also where the monopine is to be located. And here's a photograph of it. And here's what the tower will look like. We looked at the tower and the location. There are 3 other locations for tower, and there are 3 other towers located in the area at the Diamond Peak Ski Area, the Executive Golf Course, and at the Hyatt. The applicant looked at 13 other locations. Also, the applicant has provided all the required documents for FCC regulations, and that is shown in the staff report to the Planning Commission, to the Board of Adjustment. Also, I did receive a phone call from the Nevada State Engineer and Land Surveyors that indicated that Hammond and Edison's are licensed in the state of Nevada. There was a question about that. So I wanted to point out that the state has confirmed that they are licensed to provide this type of information in the state of Nevada. Here is the coverage. You can see the combined is sort of to the right, and the existing is on the top of the page. Here are the different sites that they looked at, the 13 sites. So this will be enclosed in a 35 by 46 synthetic wood-covered privacy slats. Also, all the wireless communication will be contained in that enclosure. It will be landscaped. There's been some landscape added. TRP initially did not want landscaping, but we've come to an agreement to put in native-type landscaping and 3 additional trees. The tower will not be visible from Lake Tahoe or any identified scenic corridors except Highway 28, where it'll have minimal visibility from the tree canopy. The monopole will have 4 antennas on it located up from 65 feet up to the 112 feet height. The parcels within 500 feet were noticed. It was presented at the CAB meeting on March 4th. There were numerous comments made at that meeting. However, the CAB did not provide a recommendation, just to forward the minutes and the comments. And I received numerous phone calls and letters and emails, as have been forwarded on to you. I gave a new packet out to you this morning to be added to the public record. These are the 5 findings for the special use permit, which staff was able to meet. There are additional findings that for telecommunication facilities, these 3. Also, staff was able to make those findings. And then there's the additional portion that I did want to point out that NRS has a requirement that if the land use authority denies the approval of the application, there are requirements for this board to make if this application is denied. These are your possible motions, and I'm available for questions. As stated earlier, the applicant is here and also the appellant.
Okay. All right. So, Commissioner Burke-Biddle, you have a question.
Thank you. I'm curious how much noise this is going to make. Could you give us a decibel? I know there's some noise associated with it. Could you provide that for us, please?
I probably can tell you it's minimal because it's a generator, but I would ask the applicant probably can give you totally all that information. Would be a better respondent to that question.
Okay, and also, what is the fuel that feeds the generator, please?
I believe it's generated by batteries.
By what?
Diesel, excuse me. It's diesel.
Thank you.
Okay.
But again, they're very knowledgeable on all those kind of types of technical questions.
Okay, so hold on just a second here, Commissioners. Mr. Luparelli, I have you signed in.
Mr. Chairman, I was just going to suggest that after the commissioners are finished with questions of Ms. Olander, that the applicant,
Absolutely.
The appellant be called. The appellant has the burden of proof to overturn the decision from the Board of Adjustment, so the appellants should make their case next, and then the applicant can provide follow-up information to the.
Okay. Commissioners, are there any other questions for Ms. Olander? Okay, thank you, Ms. Olander. So who are the appellants? Well, so Mr. Liparelli, is there no, I mean, I have no one particular voice for the appellants. It seems that it's just public comment.
They
Is
are,
that-
excuse me, Mr. Chairman, the appellants are parties to the matter, not merely public comment.
No, I understand, yeah, so I asked and I didn't see. There we go,
So you
Mr.
can
Holman
proceed by asking if they agree upon a spokesperson, and if not, invite any of them who want to speak to do so.
Okay, because I have all of these signed in under public comment as well. So,
I
go ahead.
gave my name. My name is Wayne Ford. Residential design is my business, but I'm here as a private property owner today. I was expecting 15 minutes, is that correct? As a representative for the appellants?
I'm sorry? So you're the representative for the entire group?
Well, they're going to have public comment after this, individually, during the public comment section. But I wanted to present our case.
Hold on just a second, I see someone else approaching.
James Walsh, I'm the attorney for the appellant Holman. Mr. Ford is going to make a presentation, but I would also like a brief opportunity to speak at the end of his presentation.
Okay, well, it'll all have to be piled into one, gentlemen. So 15 minutes, proceed.
Chair Hartung, Wayne Ford, commissioners.
Madam Clerk, will you set the timer? Hold on just a second. Set the timer. There we go. Thank you.
We have a planning framework. It's basically the area of Incline Village Community Plan. It states in there that the core of our community is to have a friendly, interesting, and aesthetically pleasing area. The framework overlays all of what we do at Tahoe. Washoe County is part of that framework. We can only achieve redevelopment through the respect of the man-made environment and the natural environment. This tower, this industrial yard, is basically a detriment to many of those goals. The square footage of this lot, industrial yard, is going to take up 2,133 precious square feet of area on an existing dental office property. The environment here can be seen from an area that's a trail. This trail designation was never outlined by the planner in her documents. This trail application basically states that there cannot be a tower within 1,000 square feet unless significant gap is found. Whether it's general commercial or not, this trail is on the maps. But first of all, the environment. This is what you see when you walk down Village Boulevard. To the right is an undeveloped site right now that shares part of its parking with the dental office, over half of it. You can see the dental office in parking area. Basically, as you've seen in this picture, it's a tree-lined area. And we'll show you in a few minutes that basically the trees are sporadic in nature on this lot, and right in the middle of them is going to be this monolith of a tower. The maximum height in this area for development under TRPA is 36 to 39 feet, not 80 feet, as TRPA governs this area. This is a plan from above. That little rectangle to the upper left there above the red area is basically a group of apartments, and I'll tell you how many people are living there in a minute. But this green line coming through is the core of our community, right in the middle of the town. It's the main scenic route. And along that core, along that route, is this trail that's mapped on the county maps and on TRPA maps. It's about 54 feet away that this tower will be proposed to be put in, not 1,000 feet away. And so we will talk about the significant gap, whether or not the planner thinks it needs to be made or not. It says right in the county code that any trail through a scenic area and this is one of them on your maps. If you go to the next area that we're going to be coming to, we have basically 6 areas, and probably only going to get to about 3 of them right now. The permanent detrimental impact to the neighborhood, many people here would attest to that because of the scale and size of this particular project. The site itself is inadequate. It's only an 8,000 square foot lot. The lot in that area is 10,000 square foot by zoning. It's a flawed application, and I'll go into those in a minute. Since the applicant didn't do any scenic imaging from the trail, we did. If you look at the top picture, you can see where the lot is currently. Below, that's going to be the fence and the 5-foot diameter tree. I don't know any trees that big in Tahoe, maybe on the west shore. So this is out of scale to the area. Below, you'll see another view of it with the driveway. They can't landscape the driveway. This is going to be directly viewed from the bike path and walk area and trail. So the impact cannot be landscaped away. This was not shown fully on the plans in terms of what's behind that fence. In fact, when I did this drawing, this image, I didn't realize how much was there either. This is the yard up at the golf course. This is off the main area. This yard will have most of that equipment in it. In addition, you ask about the generator. Well, that generator report wasn't in the staff summary. It's in TRPA's application, and it talks about the noise from the generator. That because they call this an emergency tower, they don't have to worry about the noise at all. And you can see that in the report if you had it in front of you. I have a copy if you want one. The difference between the golf course location, which is out of the way, and this location is that people will walk up and down this boulevard 365 days a year with snow removal. It's a removed area for snow to encourage people to use the central core back and forth. The code wasn't followed. The application process is flawed because this idea of minor deviation was applied to a tower, and I can go into the fact of how that gave them certain rights and not having to make a hardship finding under a regular variance. This would have been a whole different process. The drawings and documents submitted were missing many important facts, like elevations on the trees, called out based on the elevation of the site. The elevation of the yard itself was never called out. But let's go to the next pictures. These pictures show the elevation of the tree from a street that we don't even look at this from. This is not Village Boulevard, this is a side street. And questionable need. Let's jump to that next slide, DA. This is the applicant's slide. The whole wide area to the left side here shows no coverage. Well, this morning I got up and I called on AT&T. I had plenty of coverage. I'm in that white zone. I think you'll find that there is plenty of coverage. And the only reason that basically you make a finding of significant gap for a cell tower to be put right along a scenic right-of-way is that there's no coverage from any other cell carrier. That's not true. The next map. The blue is AT&T. The right one is basically the cell coverage from Verizon that was submitted last month. They show only a gap in coverage below. So what do you believe? First of all, I believe what I can do. I drive around after 45 years of being at the lake and doing design. I drive around that whole community all the time. I never have a problem with getting coverage under AT&T. Go ahead. So this is the newest Verizon map. This map is saying that they're going to do everything just about this other carrier or this other proposed project is going to do. You know, The county needs to do a study of what the appropriate areas are for cell towers within our area so that we know how we can integrate these locations with the best kind of coverage and have the best community plan we can have. This is out of scale, it's inappropriate, it's within an area that's going to impact some 30 families that live in this complex that's 330 feet away. They don't want it. And the manager of that apartment came down and said, we don't want it. The people of Incline have made a good case that this is not an appropriate use for something that Eric Young is working on right now, and that's our community plan. It's before TRPA, and it's going to encourage a lot of new development in the area. The applicant made the suggestion that there's no new commercial area in Incline. That's not the case. Teresa Advance, and I have her email, sent me a copy of their new rules at TRPA in terms of how you can make commercial floor area available through the purchase and redevelopment of other areas of old motels, et cetera, that have been would be torn down in Incline. Talked to Christina Hill this morning. She voted against this particular applicant and the suggestion that this tower would be placed there. You know, the Sierra Nevada College has over 4,000 square feet of commercial floor area banked. So ultimately, this core of our town and the late Mr. Holman and his wife spent a lot of time redeveloping an older building that will be discouraged by this tower being done. So the dental office is going to lose its ability to redevelop because of this use. And that should not happen when there's other alternatives available. Mr. Walsh?
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Please identify
Thank you.
yourself.
My name is James Walsh. I'm attorney for some of the appellants. Could I have the overhead also, please? I'm not going to belabor the same points made by Mr. Ford and that will be made by many in the public comments.
Use the white square, sir.
I'm sorry?
See the square on the...
I do. One thing I did want to address is my initial appeal was filed on behalf of the Holmans. They were tragically killed in a plane crash last week, but I have spoken to the successor trustee on behalf of the heirs, and they are very much opposed to this project. The thing I would like to address briefly is we've heard some concerns that the commission may feel that they are almost compelled to approve this project based upon federal regulations. And the staff report seems to indicate that, at least in general. The comment being made that the prohibitions in the Telecommunications Act against, number one, discriminating against carriers, different carriers, and number two, against passing something that prohibits cell service. What that staff recommendation didn't point out is the language of the Telecommunications Act and I'm specifically referring to 7A of 47 U.S. Code, Section 332, and that provides that that act specifically shall not do anything to limit the local authorities' decisions regarding placement, construction, and modification of wireless towers. So you have the authority, the clear authority to deny this application. There's certain restrictions put on it, as I said, as to discrimination and prohibitions. But the case authority, and at the risk of sounding like a lawyer, the United States Supreme Court has pretty much given you a roadmap on how to deny one of these applications. You are allowed to deny it on environmental impacts, neighborhood impacts, aesthetics, viable alternatives, and sufficiency of other coverage. All of those denials have been upheld by the courts. The Supreme Court's real concern was that if you do deny it, you give the applicant written notice in a timely fashion so he can appeal it. The Roswell case, and I can cite counsel to it if they'd like, provided it was overturning a denial, but it was based on a lack of notice to the applicant. And it was very similar to this case. And they said you did not give the applicant written notice for 26 days after the denial at the hearing. And that did not give them time enough to adequately meet the 30-day appeal period. So if you give them written, and the written notice, they said, does not need to be sophisticated and it does not need to be elaborate. It's just enough for a reviewing court to look at it and say, you did not deny based on discrimination or a blanket prohibition of self-service. And the discrimination is really not relevant here. That's a situation where you're discriminating against carriers, one carrier versus another, AT&T versus Verizon. The prohibition aspects generally trigger the significant gap coverage analysis, and that you would be prohibiting some way any cell service from that carrier in that particular area. Here, you don't have the carrier before you claiming a significant gap in coverage. You have a third-party pole constructor who wants to rent out the space to carriers wanting to construct this tower. And the prohibition doesn't exist in this case. Number one, the courts have ruled, and the FCC is
Sir, I recognize the need to finish, so I'll give you just a few seconds. Please summarize your thoughts.
Sure. That a significant gap in coverage does not mean dead spots or weak coverage. It essentially means no coverage.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. So, before I call up the applicants, Mr. Liparelli, give me some advice here, because we just allowed 15 minutes for the appellants who are listed as Mr. Holman. Obviously, they can't be here. Mr. Ford, Mr. Todoroff, Ms. Rhonda Tyser, Mr. Jack Dalton, Ms. Amanda Bloomer, and Mr. and Mrs. Michael and Helen Abel. So because I have many of them signed in for public comment, so give me some direction here, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I think you should offer to any of the appellants the opportunity to provide a presentation if they feel as if Mr. Ford and Mr. Walsh didn't cover their points. And if they speak as appellants, then that should be satisfactory and they don't need additional public comment. However, other folks who may not be appellants would have a chance to speak under public comment as they would any other action item.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to make sure I was in my lane. Ms. Olander, the applicants. Yes, sir, Mr.
Did you call for any of the appellants who may want to speak, who aren't represented by Mr. Ford or Mr. Walsh?
Didn't we give them 15 minutes to accomplish that, Mr. Liparelli?
The problem is, Mr. Chairman, that we don't know if all the appellants feel as if those two speakers represent their interests, so I'm just suggesting you invite them. They may not have anything to add, but they are appellants and they do have, should be
Okay, so
given an opportunity.
As a group, I have Mr. Pete Todoroff, Ms. Rhonda Tyser, Mr. Jack Dalton, Ms. Amanda Bloomer, Mr. and Mrs. Michael and Helen Abel. Okay, is there anyone else that wants to add anything at this time?
Mr. Chair, could I ask a question first?
Yes, Commissioner
Thank you.
Brooks, I had someone waving their hand in the back,
Okay,
so.
Mr. Liparelli, even if they're not speaking as appellants, they can still speak under public comment,
Under
correct?
public comment.
Mr. Chairman, I'm suggesting that they shouldn't do both. If they're going to speak as an appellant, then do that. If they're more comfortable under a public comment environment, they may do that. But I don't think the board's required to give them two opportunities.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so I saw someone in the back raising their hand. Was there something that you wanted to add that Mr. Ford or the attorney did not add, Mr. Walsh? Oh, no, that'll come under public comment. Yes, that'll come under public comment. This is the appellant. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Rhonda Tyser, I'm one of the appellants.
So, Ms. Teisner, you'll have to come down. I can't.
I just want to know, I would rather speak under public comment, but I want to know, is there a time difference in the amount of time we're allowed?
Well,
One place or the other?
Mr. Luparelli?
Mr.
Bring
Chairman,
me here.
the board's custom is to limit public comment to 3 minutes.
Correct.
I don't think that there is necessarily a strict limit under an appellant's right opportunity to speak. It's a matter of them being able to provide whatever they want the board to consider in hearing the appeal. So you can set whatever reasonable limit you think is appropriate.
Okay. I feel like I'm burning daylight. So let's bring the applicants up at this time, and then I'll open public comment after that. Madam Clerk, would you give the applicants 15 minutes as well?
Good morning. My name is Mike Flynn. I'm with Incline Partners, and thank you for the time today. I had some prepared comments, but I thought might do well to just speak to some of the items that were done during open comment and during the presentation. First of all, there was a discussion of the variance. We are not seeking a variance on this project. Number two was talked about the distances from schools. The actual distance from school is 1/4 mile to the Incline Middle School, 0.3 miles to the Incline Elementary School. The height that being the tallest thing in town, our tower is actually shorter than the one that you've seen the coverage plot from the Mountain Golf Course, which is 126 feet tall and has been there since 2007 without any issues. The equipment shown that would go into our equipment yard, which will be screened, actually is different equipment that was shown at the golf course. Since that 12 years ago, most of the carriers don't use any of those shelters any longer. They're just equipment cabinets that will fully fit within the shelter and be screened by the shelter or the fencing itself. I'm not sure where the appellant got the AT&T coverage there, but it certainly wasn't provided by AT&T. It looks like some internet coverage site, maybe. The owner of the dental office is our landlord. This is the way he would like to have that extra parcel developed. Significant gap coverage, it just does not apply to us at all. There's a lot of discussion about it, but it does not apply to a general commercial site. Let's see, I have been a resident for over 20 years in Incline Village. Incline Partners is a small company that has tower sites in Nevada, California, Oregon, and Washington. We have 2 locally in Douglas County, one on Highway 50 above the Clear Creek area between Glenbrook and Carson City, and one on Highway 395 between Gardnerville and Lake Topaz. We lease space to all 4 major wireless carriers, our customers. We did submit a written rebuttal to the appellant's claims via email last week. I'm not sure, those went directly to your accounts, so I have a copy of that if you did not receive it electronically. Thought I'd spend a little time on the coverage because that's a discussion that we seem to be having a lot about. Can I get this? Oh, may I have my slideshow, please? So this is the first slide, and you've seen this. The top area up there with the small diagram shows the Mountain Golf Course tower site, the 126-footer, and it shows the coverage basically that's from that site. It gives the degrees of coverage, and as you see, green to yellow to brown, it degrades in coverage. And just so you know, the Mountain Golf Course tower site has AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile on it. This would be the, excuse me. So this is actually the coverage map that was provided by Verizon Wireless on the Tunnel Creek project that we'll talk about later. As you can see, this is what they would have before they would build the site way over there on the Ponderosa Road, which would duplicate exactly what we're trying to show in our initial coverage map. That those areas both to the east, which would be the Mill Creek area over by the Ponderosa site, as well as all of the area along the lake up through the Ponderosa subdivision and along Highway 28, going all the way up to Crystal Bay, which you'll see the other site there on Crystal Bay. That's actually on the Crystal Bay Hotel. And a lot of people have said, why don't you just put one there? There is a Verizon site actually on that facility right now, and you can see that it does not cover all that area of Crystal Bay. So after we build our site, which would be this triangle down at the bottom, you can see how the coverage is enhanced throughout that whole eastern area and all that area of Crystal Bay and above into the Ponderosa subdivision, basically blanketing Incline Village with great coverage. And we'll talk more a little bit about what else that can provide for you. So coverage is one component, network capacity is another. All 4 carriers in this area are experiencing troubling network capacity. And that is basically defined as the number of subscribers and the data speeds that can go through any one tower. The capacity becomes strained due to our large influx of out-of-area homeowners, as well as visitors during the high season. Our proposed site at the proposed location will solve this capacity issue. The public safety piece of it, AT&T and the FirstNet project will be going on our site. They were the first ones, AT&T, to approach us as far as a co-location. This will definitely provide for that. At the Board of Adjustment hearing, the appellants claimed AT&T does not need the additional coverage. They have both coverage and capacity issues. And like I said, we're the first carrier to approach us and are in leasing negotiations with us now. Verizon is also negotiating a lease for the space on the new tower, as well as Sprint has approved the location and is awaiting funding. T-Mobile is reviewing our site for a possible location, but because they're up at the mountain golf course like Verizon, it stands to reason that they will also be coming. Our site is the best location because it actually sits in the spine of town where the ground elevation falls off on both sides to the east and the west. This provides us line of sight to get to all those coverage, problem coverage areas to both the east and the west. And the height that we're looking for here is to get that coverage as well as to provide the tower space to allow for co-location of up to 4 carriers. Zoning is also critical here. The zoning allows for us to, on the general commercial, to go up to the height we've requested. And also we need it to get above the trees and, like I said, to provide the space for the additional carriers. The site, as noted, was already in the TRPA Village Commercial Community Plan, and our site is permissible in both Washoe County and the TRPA plan with a use permit. The multi-jurisdiction code compliance that we've gone through, I'd like to spend a little bit of time on that. Both Washoe County and TRPA codes require the applicant to meet the more restrictive elements of both codes. This is why you'll hear references to TRPA going forward. We've A/B tested all of the items that I'll hit on here quickly to make sure that they both comply with both the Washoe County and TRPA codes. The height, like I said, 112 feet is allowed because of the stealth design. The use is both allowed by Washoe County and TRPA in the commercial community plan with a use permit. The scenic quality. Incline Partners completed a TRPA scenic impact assessment. The tower is not visible from Lake Tahoe. The only scenic corridors are Highway 28 and 431. Only scenic recreation area in the vicinity is Incline Beach. There's no bikeway segment in the vicinity. Washoe County restricts towers near public trails, sensitive stream zones.
and significant ridge lines. Our project is not in the vicinity of any of those. Visual simulations and TRPA site analysis has shown that it does not impact any of those areas. The noise, there was a question on the noise. We did a noise analysis for TRPA. It was not required for Washoe County, but our study was completed and provided to TRPA. And the only noise is from an emergency generator, and it complies with both TRPA and Washoe County standards. Environmental impact, we submitted the environmental checklist, no impacts identified. Character of the neighborhood, the facility will improve the wireless service and not change the character of the neighborhood. Regional plan supports the upgrade and expansion of public service facilities consistent with federal, state, and local laws. The takeaways from our year-long zoning process, which did not include mostly Washoe County, but TRPA, that all of the design elements, all the visual mitigations incorporated into our final design. Received Washoe County Board of Adjustment approval on April 4th. TRPA permit application deemed complete on November 1st, 2018. And pending the outcome of today's hearing, TRPA current Director of Current Planning, Wendy Jepson, will schedule a TRPA hearings officer meeting ASAP. Important to note that TRPA will not bring a project to hearing when the application has not been deemed complete and staff cannot recommend approval. The notice requirements were an item that's talked about. We completed the 500-foot notice for the cab hearing, 2 separate TRPA expanded 1/4 mile notice zones. That's over and above what they usually ask for, which I think is 300 feet. This includes over 650 property owners in Incline Village. The first notice has been completed. The second notice will be sent out 2 weeks prior to the TRPA hearings officer date. TRPA requested, and I attended, the Incline Village Community Plan meeting, or Community Forum meeting. It lasted for about an hour and a half, and everybody in attendance, both for and against, had time to speak. There's been at least 3 or 4 newspaper articles in the Tahoe Daily Tribune detailing the meetings and times. This project has been adequately noticed. It's a small group of citizens that like to block this project, but it's time to upgrade the wireless network in Incline Village because users expect this utility to be ubiquitous and reliable. Same as any other type of utility use, just like your gas and electric service. Whew. Let's examine a little bit of an alternative site that was proposed at 1200 Tunnel Creek earlier. This site would not allow for any co-locations, and that's encouraged by the code. That would be that one that we talked about over here to the far right side called the proposed Verizon site, 1200 Tunnel Creek Road. The following is a list of compliance issues presented at the Incline Village CAB meeting by a concerned neighbor. The site is located on top of a barren rock ridge in full view of Lake Tahoe, contiguous to the scenic highway corridor of Highway 28, adjacent to the newly constructed bike path to Sand Harbor at the gateway of Incline Village, next to the Tunnel Creek hiking and biking trail, located in a residential zone with the nearest neighbor 100 feet away, blocks the panoramic views of multiple neighboring homes. The project has not been reviewed or no application pending with TRPA. It's, like I said, designed for a single carrier with no co-location possibilities versus ours with 4. Covers all of the area, only half of the area proposed on our site east of the downtown section, and it does not meet the significant gap requirements of Washoe County for placement in a residentially zoned parcel. And it does not even meet the setbacks of the residential parcel. This is not the kind of alternative site Incline Village residents want or deserve. And so in closing, I believe we have established the need for a new tower, provided the best solution to meet Washoe County code requiremements, and asked the board to deny the appeal and allow us to proceed to TRPA for a hearing. Got a little bit of time left, so I'll just show you. This is the area where the Verizon site that many think is a great site would be located. above that barren rock wall, right above the bike trail, and the road going by it is the Tunnel Creek Trail. And the 1, 2, 3 houses that are marked there, one that is immediately adjacent to it, the 100-foot, and the 2 above it, this site would just totally block their panoramic view of Lake Tahoe. This is where the site would go, right in front of that view. This is the house that sits less than 100 feet away from that view. And this is the same look going up Tunnel Creek Trail, where the tower would extend up past that smaller tree on the right. And this is the coverage map once that tower is put in place. It only covers that portion to the east and still leaves all of that area to the west and all the way through Crystal Bay and up to State Line uncovered. So with that, I'd be available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And you did it all in one breath.
15 minutes. I know.
Didn't take a breath. Impressive. Commissioners, do you have any questions for either staff, the appellant, or the applicant? Commissioner Burke.
Mr. Chairman, may I inquire, as the appellant, do we get a reply?
No, sir. Mr. Luparelli?
Mr. Chairman, under your code, the appellants have the burden of persuasion, and it's usual in due process for them to have an opportunity for rebuttal, but it doesn't have to be the duration that was allowed in the presentation. 5 minutes.
I feel like we've given everybody plenty of time. So, all right, come on down. I recognize the loquacious nature of attorneys and the need to speak.
I will try not to do that. Let me have the overhead again, please. Just wanted to address one point that was raised by the appellants, and that is the lack of a surrounding bike path. This is a county. Sorry. The map depicts I wanted to address the issue of a bike path near the site. This is a county-designated bike path highlighted in yellow, which is Village Boulevard, which runs right by the site. And under the Code 110-324-55, if the site is going to be adjacent to a trail, designated trail, it requires a showing of significant gap, which has not been shown here. Thank you. I don't know if Mr. Ford has anything he wishes to add or not.
It's one area I didn't get to cover, and that was the fact that their use of transfer coverage in of 2,300 square feet is the maximum that this site will ever be allowed to have. In other words, this site right now is at 30% allowable coverage on land capability. So the expansion of that building, that dental building in the future, will be prohibited from any additional parking. And one of the main things is, where in the heck is the snow gonna go? We have a whole parking lot now that is used basically for year-round parking, and that snow is being put where this site is proposed.
Mr. Ford, this is...
So I just wanted to bring
Mr.
that to your
Ford,
attention. Thank you.
This is a time for... Why not?
Thank you.
Why don't I hear myself? Staff? Is my microphone? There we go. All right, thank you.
Okay.
So this was a time for rebuttal from the applicant. Commissioner Burke-Bigler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was curious from the applicant, what's the noise decibel? Because I believe I asked that of staff, and they said you guys would present that. Please.
Thank you, Mike Flynn. Our noise study by Ballard Acoustics out of Rockland actually showed that what they did was they did the noise to the nearest possible residential use, not residential zone property, but use. The first one was at 330 feet. The maximum decibels was 40. Washoe County's limitation is 65. To the second one, the maximum allowable from the generator was at 43. Again, the maximum for Washoe County is 65. Does that help?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any other questions? Commissioners? Are you signed? Commissioner Jung? Did you sign in? There you are, I'm sorry. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm trying to put this in different sections because it's different people to respond. I'll start with our Assistant District Attorney, Mr. Liparelli. A claim was made on the record that the legal advice had been that we really can't, we don't have much control, it's ministerial, et cetera. Then somebody else put up some legal writing, I don't remember from where they had received that, arguing that we do have local control. Since you are our counselor, what is your legal opinion on the ability or lack thereof to control cell towers?
Mr. Chairman, for the commissioners, federal law does apply in certain circumstances because of the FCC's regulation of broadcast and radio facilities. So there are certain things local governments can't do, and the presentations that were given describe those. There can't be discrimination. You can't make terminations based on radio RF pollution or RF exposure emissions. That's the exclusive domain of the feds. Certain NEPA determinations, Environmental Protection Act, are the exclusive domain of the feds. But it is so that local governments retain approval authority over things like location, the kinds of things that you typically do with special use permits. This application comes to you involving a commercial parcel, and these towers are not a permitted use by right in commercial zones, but by special use permit, which is what the application is. The staff recommendation to the Board of Adjustment was for approval. The Board of Adjustment has approved it, and so under your development code, it's assumed that the Board of Adjustment decision was proper. So sitting in review of that decision, as you're doing now, as an appellate body, you can affirm, modify, or deny what was, or I guess it's better to say reverse, what was done at the Board of Adjustment. To do so, you need to make findings about, if you're going to reverse, make findings about what the error was at the Board of Adjustment based on having been persuaded by the appellant's presentation that that the findings for a special use permit were improperly made. If you're going to sustain the decision of the Board of Adjustment, you can do so based on the record and make a finding that you were not persuaded by the appellants that decision was erroneous. Does that help, Commissioner Jung?
It does, and I have another question for you that brings up. You said that the feds are the ones who enforce or confirm or deny, if I'm hearing you right, trying not to put words in your mouth, that the data and the health effects of the radio frequency. So that's not our purview. Whom do people go to if they are concerned about the RFDs? And who oversees that?
The FCC has reserved for itself all those questions about the potential health effects of radio frequency. So that is not a basis upon which local governments can grant or deny permits for these radio facilities. So complaints about that would have to be made to the FCC, the federal government, for their consideration. But I'm not aware that this record involves radio frequency emission complaints.
It does. We've
So-
received lots of emails about it and lots of data.
Well,
So,
You're better off focusing on the local land use type issues.
well, I'm just trying to figure out on the record to whom these people would go to for relief if the FCC is in charge of everything and they get to say what health benefits are or not. I mean, where do you go?
FCC
Shouldn't our
would-
health department be in charge of that?
FCC is reserved for itself the determinations about the potential health effects of radio frequencies. It's not a matter that you can use as a basis for a decision, and to do so would jeopardize the validity of your decision.
Right, that's not what I was asking. I was asking who oversees that? Who determines that? To whom do people go that would like to get relief if they believe the data that's coming out of Europe that this is seriously a health concern? So it's the FCC. It sounds like the proverbial fox is watching the hen house. So that is out of our area. We don't consider, that's not, while people made legitimate, in my mind, arguments about that, that's really nothing we can consider here locally at the board. But we're not completely out of control, or wouldn't be here, or you would have marked it ministerial, et cetera. Okay. That's all the questions I have right now, but I just think that needs to be clean and clear on the record, because this won't be the first nor the last that you'll be seeing in any of your neighborhoods. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jung. Commissioner Burke-Bigler, I have you signed in next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have one other question for the appellant. You indicated that you are not asking for a variance. Yes, please.
Oh, that's the applicant.
I'm sorry, the applicant. Got my A's wrong. For the applicant, you indicated that you're not asking for a variance, but as I understand it, normal would be 112 feet, and you're asking for an additional 5 feet?
So yes, number would actually be 112 and a half, and the extra 5 feet, we got a request from TRPA to do the conical shape at the top of the pole, and my understanding from staff is that is not a variance, but an allowed minor deviation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions? Okay, I'm going to open public comment at this time, and here's all I would ask, and I recognize you all have 3 minutes, but unless you want to spend your next birthday and my next birthday here, please try not to repeat things that other people have said, and I will also just, and this is not a reminder, this is, I'm going to lose a commissioner here in probably about 30 minutes, so you won't have a full complement of the county commission. So, Madam Clerk, will you open public comment?
Our first speaker is Mr. Pete Todoroff, followed by Sarah Schmitz.
Good morning, Board. My name is Pete Todoroff, 39-year resident of Incline Village, also chairman of the CAB. I want to dispute this cell tower for these following reasons. The aesthetic treatment that we know cannot disguise 170-foot, 15-foot circumference of a monopine on 1,800 square feet and 1,800 square feet on the yard. You can put branches in different colors, different heights, do all of this, but it's still going to be a cell tower that'll look like a fake tree. Also, I have a bag here that I want to bring up and show you what happened at the mountain course where there is a cell tower already. These are the branches that fell on the ground. This thing here, if it fell on somebody's head, would kill them. This weighs 5 pounds. Just this alone weighs 5 pounds. So that is my main concern, is the safety issue of what this would do when it's so close to the walking path, so close to Village Boulevard, where everybody walks by there. And no matter where you drive an incline, you go on Village Boulevard, because it goes from the highway clear down to the beach, and everybody's going to see it, and it's going to be very ugly. And so that's the point that I want to make. I think it's a major safety issue, because
Speak into the
what
microphone,
weather we
Mr.
have
Todoroff.
is terrible. So anyhow, that's it.
Microphone, sir.
Oh.
Thank you.
So you know what it's going to be like if this were to fall down and hit somebody in the head.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Sarah Schmitz is next, followed by Mr. Jack Dalton.
Welcome back, Ms. Schmitz.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. If you can put an image on my cell phone, it'll show you our village. My name is Sarah Schmitz, and I live at 932 Lakeshore Boulevard in Incline Village. I'm not opposed to additional cell coverage. I'm opposed to the location of this monopine cell tower. I want to dispute the finding that the location of the Incline Partners commercial antenna is compatible with the existing and proposed land uses in the general vicinity. The parcel with the proposed mono cell tower and equipment yard is just blocks from our most heavily used beaches. It's the most traveled street to the beaches, both by car and by foot. It is a much-loved and much-used walking path that goes from our central core village to our lake and our between the business community. It's a walkway between the coffee bars and the beach, so you know how much it's loved and used by tourists and residents alike. With the growth in tourists in our community and visitors, the highest and best use of this parcel is commercial with residential above, like you see in many growing communities. It would be consistent with the neighboring land use. To change this parcel to an industrial site is not consistent with the current surrounding community, and if implemented, would reduce the value of the surrounding residential properties while limiting our ability to have business and housing growth. Again, this location is within the heart of our community. What other communities have a cell phone tower in its center? I know of none. Should this go forward, instead of walking past trees and businesses serving the public, you'll walk past a large equipment yard surrounded by a 6-foot slat-covered chain-link fence on which warning signs are posted. Instead of this parcel being integrated with the neighborhood, it will be off-limits with ominous warning signs on the fence. The walkway to the beach will come within 50 feet of this tower. The fake tree will be disproportionately larger with any other tree. When we lose power, which happens in Incline Village every season, the large diesel engine will begin its roar. The scenic overlook at Mount Rose Highway will be a location to view the giant fake cell tower above the tree line. Does this sound like an improvement to our community? No. The reason Incline Partners selected this parcel was because it was the only general commercial parcel where the owner was willing to lease the property. All the other 12 owners who were asked refused. We can accomplish better cell coverage and capacity at a better location. Thank you. And may I show you on the, if I have a moment? No, I don't. Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Jack Dalton, followed by Mr. Carl Thomas.
My name is Jack Dalton, Incline resident. I think the one thing that it seems we're all opposed, many of us oppose, and to say that it's a limited pool of people that opposed is incorrect. There's obviously a lot of people. The other thing is right now, there's going to be a change. So why put, a 4 in the middle of the town when 5G is coming down the tracks? We already have it in Sacramento. I don't know where Reno is, but it's probably not going to be far behind. And why would we have an old-style tower in the center of the town? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Carl Thomas, followed by Ms. Linda Newman.
Hi, my name is Carl Tomes. I've been an Incline Village resident for the last 23 years. Most of that was spent in the Mill Creek area, one of the areas that show underserved on all these maps, and I can attest to the fact that the cell service is very poor in that area. Also, I like to enjoy skiing at our local Diamond Peak Ski Resort, and the cell service, even though there's a tower up there, is very poor. I have Verizon service. And then I've also had short-term stays in the Ponderosa area, which is right as you transition from Incline Village to Crystal Bay. The cell service over there is extremely poor, and if you're driving from Incline to Crystal Bay, you're going to drop any call that you're on with Verizon. So anyway, I would urge the commissioners to deny the appeal and uphold the previous Washoe County Board of Adjustments approval of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Linda Newman, followed by Mr. Matthew Ellenwood.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Linda Newman. For the record, our neighborhood on Fairview has excellent cell phone coverage. There are many valid reasons for opposing the approval of a cell tower on Village Boulevard. I would like to dispute the finding of 4 that the issuance is not detrimental. Although people look at Incline Village, Crystal Bay, and visit from all over the world, it only consists of 21.74 square miles with limited land for housing and business development. The area earmarked for this cell tower has the highest density of apartments and condos and is in the commercial core area. Although the FCC prohibits state and local agencies from deciding on cell tower applications based on the threat of electromagnetic radiation health hazards, workers in local businesses as well as residents still perceive that the constant radiation from their close proximity to cell towers may be harmful to themselves or their children. This has a direct impact on business and residential owners of these properties, as it will make a dent in the property taxes Washoe County collects. Estimates have ranged of between 5 and 20% in depressing property values. But of increasing concern are the many hazards associated with cell towers that cause alarm to employees, residents, and visitors. Cell towers can collapse in whole or part from damage caused by high winds, rain, ice, snow, earthquakes, vehicular impacts, UV radiation, fires, power outages, equipment failure, and deteriorating PVC debris. Failure or collapse would have catastrophic consequences to people and property, as this 117-foot tower is too close to woodlands, retail establishments, offices, apartments, condos, and private homes. Just-in-time containment or evacuation would be a hope rather than a plan. To compound our concerns is a tower that may be disguised as a tree that will fool no one, along with its unsightly equipment. It will compromise the aesthetics and character of the neighborhood, as the tower will be in service 24/7, 365 days a year. Businesses, residents, and visitors will be subjected to maintenance work crews, trucks with lifts, radios, lights, and noise at any time of the day or night. This tower should not be built in the commercial core of Incline Village, where so many of us live, work, and visit. Please examine the facts, the strong opposition from our citizens, and repeal this tower's approval. Thank you.
Mr. Matthew Ellenwood, followed by Ms. Rhonda Tyser.
Good afternoon.
Welcome, sir.
My name is Matt Ellenwood, and I would like to talk about my reasons to support the proposed cell tower project in Incline Village. As many of you know, cellular service for cell phones and mobile devices in Incline can be considered as fair, with service deteriorating to unreliable on busy weekends and holidays. I have also seen daily fluctuations at our home on Northwoods Boulevard as cellular traffic increases and decreases through the current cell tower. I am concerned and worried that this lack of reliable cellular service will negatively affect the delivery of emergency services within the city and surrounding areas. As a firefighter and paramedic with over 24 years of experience, I see a tremendous risk of delayed responses to medical and other emergencies. Bless you. I've seen how minutes and seconds of delay can negatively affect the outcome of many true emergencies. Another point of concern would be the possible poor cellular service during a countywide emergency like wildfires. The increased cellular traffic would make the reverse 911 system like Code Red in Washoe County unreliable, as seen in some of the most recent wildfires in California. My family and I spend a lot of time hiking, biking, and skiing. We have always expected at times to be out of the cell range when you get in the backcountry, but we've accepted this risk. I don't, however, expect or accept that risk in the town of Incline Village. We have what I believe to be a safe technology, appropriate location to improve communications for the safety of our residents and visitors alike. So I urge the board to approve the cellular tower. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Rhonda Tyser, followed by Mr. Richard Minor, and I do have a handout that Ms. Tyser has provided.
Welcome.
I'm Rhonda Tyser, resident at 814 Tony Court in Incline Village for the last 26 years. I'm here to dispute the finding that public input was considered during the public hearing process. I've given you a few documents supporting what I'm about to say. First, I'm not sure how many emails opposed to the tower the Board of Adjustment members actually considered before they made their decision. The staff report contained 5 letters in support of the tower, but none of the 61 emails opposing the tower, which I believe have been forwarded to you, were included in the report or ever mentioned in the hearing. Definitely, the applicant misrepresented public opinion when he said, and I quote from a transcript of the hearing, "There is significant community support for our site. Multiple residents at both of the meetings spoke in favor of the project, and staff has received approximately 50 letters of support from local residents." As shown on your document, the vast majority of residents who attended the community forum and the CAB meeting, and even the Board of Adjustment hearing itself, all spoke against the tower. I think there were like 3 in the 2 meetings who spoke for it, and about 21 who spoke against it. Even so, at the hearing, the planners emphasized the 50 letters of support and voted 2-to-1 to approve this application. 2 votes to 1. That is 1 vote made a difference in approving this tower. The document you have also shows that of the 387 residents now on record, 82% are opposed to this tower. The 71 who supported the tower, including our last speaker, were actually people who signed a form letter sent out by, 63% of them were signing a form letter sent out by the Tahoe Prosperity Center. That's not representative. According to Washoe's strategic plan, quote, "The county exists to serve the public. We put the needs and expectations of citizens at the center of everything we do," unquote. The majority of Incline citizens don't want this ugly tower. Thank you for considering our input today.
We have Mr. Richard Minor, followed by Ms. Diane Hirschberg.
Welcome, Mr. Minor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Richard Minor. I am a 20-year resident of Incline Village, and I am the past president of the Incline Village and Crystal Bay Historical Foundation. I am here today to speak against the finding of the Board of Adjustment, which held that the requested relief, quote unquote, will not create a substantial detriment to the public good. Mark Twain once said that Lake Tahoe was the fairest sight the whole world afforded. And Architectural Digest last year named Incline Village as the prettiest town in the state of Nevada. No one I ever know has described the cell phone tower in any of these complimentary terms. In all the rhetoric I have heard raised in defense of the proposed tower, No one has ever suggested that it will contribute to either the beauty of our Lake Tahoe shoreline nor the appearance of picturesque Incline Village. When I have mentioned to friends and neighbors the possibility of the cell tower being built in its location, their response has been, they're going to put what? Where? The truth be known, most residents of Incline Village, and certainly visitors to our community, have absolutely no knowledge of where our several current cell phone towers are located. That is because they are located where they do not call attention to themselves. It is a shame that much of the debate regarding this proposed new tower has focused on the minutia of the dotting the i's and crossing the t's of the permit process. In my experience, the overwhelming issue is the lasting and irreversible visible and physical impact of locating this tower in the very middle of our village. And the unmistakable industrial artifact, 117 feet tall and bigger in diameter at its base than a small car, together with all kinds of associated buildings, fences, and generators. In conclusion, I submit that for a community whose principal attraction for its residents and many thousands of visitors is the unparalleled beauty and serenity of its unique alpine location, this tower, located in the heart of our town, will quickly be recognized as a blight on all our community, a blight that will haunt decision makers, residents, and visitors for years to come. Better alternatives are available. Do not destroy the heart of Incline Village with your decision.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Ms. Diane Hirschberg, followed by Mr. Larry Black, and I do have a handout that Ms. Hirschberg has provided for the record that I will distribute.
Welcome, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Diane Hirschberg, and I live at 857 Lake Country Drive in Incline Village. I have excellent cell phone coverage. I previously lived up in Upper Tyner at 606 Cynthia Court, and I also had very good cell phone service there. That area is shown on the coverage map that had been presented by applicants as not having coverage inside the house, and that is not correct. And that is one of the reasons that I'm requesting that at least you review with a technical review of a person who is qualified the various coverage maps that will be presented by the speakers today and by the applicants. Now, I have before you a number of documents that I brought to show you why this proposed site is not the approval of this proposed site is not consistent with the Washoe County and the TARPA plans and maps. The first thing that I have is the plan area statement. Very important document by TARPA. TARPA, as you know, has plan area statements for many of the areas around the lake. And the area statement for Incline Village says two things. First, it says that there is a lack of a central village core, which leaves Incline Village without a physical focus. And then it goes on to recommend how we can get that physical focus. And again, this is all available on the public TARPA site. And it suggests that we need the community to maintain and enhance the beauty of the built and natural environment. Create a downtown which has a strong pedestrian orientation. And the downtown that it's speaking about is this street, Village, the street that is the most important street to all of us in our city, the street that we hope is going to be developed in a beautiful way. And it talks about developing it in a way where the buildings have a new Tahoe image, similar to our beautiful visitor center. Well, this project that they're talking about is going to go directly against the TARPA plan. So in terms of consistency, it doesn't work. We've also heard that, oh, this is zoned commercial, so this is an appropriate use to build an equipment shelter along with a very tall monopine cell tower. Well, that's not accurate, so I want you to look at the code sections. And commercial is talked about, it provides a variety of wholesale and retail goods and services. It serves a community a neighborhood or community market, they're created in conjunction with residential uses. Have you ever heard anyone suggest that an equipment yard can be used in connection with residential uses? And the answer is no, which is why they need a special use permit. The TARPA code similarly, and both codes talk about these as mixed-use commercial residential. Okay, I actually had a number of other statutes. Is that possible to present them? It's not. All right. Thank you very much. I hope that the district attorney will look at the other statute.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next up, we have Mr. Larry Black and then Ms. Carol Black, and I do have handouts from both of those to pass out.
Welcome, Mr. Black.
Finding 6, section 110:324.40, comma C1, made by the Washoe County Commissioners is wrong. I want to explain why. The basic problem is that Incline Partners has not shown that the proposed tower is necessary, quote, to meet the applicants' and public's needs, unquote. At the moment, there's 4 major carriers, AT&T, T-Mobile, Sprint, and Verizon. The first 3 claim full coverage of Incline Village, as evidenced by maps you've already seen and supported by the companies involved. You also have copies in your packet. Verizon has a proposal for an antenna at Tunnel Creek to which only one person has objected and will therefore probably be approved at the Board of Adjustment meeting in June. And according to Verizon's own projections, which you've also got, this will fill in the bulk of their deficiency. The applicant's map, which claims to show a significant gap in coverage, is suspiciously similar to the current Verizon coverage map. So it's basically a copy of the Verizon map and ignores all the other suppliers of cell phones. So it gives no insight into how well Incline Village is currently served. Moreover, it looks at coverage at only one frequency, and as far as I can tell, amidst the impact of 3 functioning towers, the one at the Hyatt, Diamond Peak, and one in Crystal Bay. It also includes no direct signal strength measurements, so it isn't surprising that the residents of Incline Village report much better reception than the Incline Partners map would lead you to expect. Personally, we have a Verizon phone and have never experienced an outage in the supposed gap. Moreover, there's at least 2 other towers in Incline Village which are proposed or in the process of seeking approval. Looking at my timing, I'm not going to go into that, but I should also say there's an approved tower in Kings Beach, which will help coverage. None of the impact of any of these towers is shown on the applicant's maps. In addition, we all know that significant new frequency bands have just been opened and allocated to the various carriers, and that their frequencies are far removed from those currently in use, and so antennas could be on the same towers that already exist without causing interference.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Carol Black, followed by Ms. Gay Bentley.
Could I have the overhead projector, and could I be indulged with just a second to try it since I've never used it? I'm sorry, could I have whatever makes this thing project over there?
It's on.
And can I just try it and see what happens? Oh, good. Okay, thanks. Okay, so I'm here, Carol Black, I live in Incline Village. I have Verizon in a dead zone, a supposed dead zone. I get good reception. I've virtually never had an outage. I'm here to oppose several sub-items. It's finding 6 sub-items. I'm just going to give you numbers. It's all written down, it's all typed out, and you've got it there. C10, 3, 8, 5, and 2. And I won't get through them all, but I appreciate your reading the information I've provided. The first thing I want to talk about is what this thing is going to look like. This is going to be visible, ugly, huge, and it is aesthetically bad in the center of town. That picture is the picture that I took with my cell phone, Verizon, actually probably in a dead zone, of the tower at Galena, right by the fire station. That, I invite you to look at it. That is basically what's going to be put there in the middle of our town. Okay, not only that, it's going to be twice as big. That's 1/2 the size of the tower that is proposed to put in the middle of the town. I am going to move on now and talk a tiny bit about the trail. You've heard a lot about the trail. I'm completely mystified about the presentation about the trail. The trail, this is from the Tahoe area plan that's posted on your current Washoe County website. And you can see the blue line that goes up in the middle there. That is the bike pedestrian trail that we're talking about on Village Boulevard. That is 50 feet from where this tower would be, not 1,000 feet. The code says that they cannot be erected within 1,000 feet of a trail. This trail was also present in the 2008 approved Washoe County Park District Master Plan, which is on your website as well. I didn't bring that picture, but I have it if you want to see it. So as far as I'm concerned, this monopole is not allowed at this location based on your code. Moving along, we want to talk a little bit about aesthetics. Other people have spoken about aesthetics. Just to give you a sense, little table here, and just so you're clear, this baby is twice as big as all the trees. I want to show you a picture. Here's a tree that fell down. I'm sorry, I think your timer's off. Here's a tree that fell down. There's my husband standing next to it. The tower will be almost as tall as my husband in diameter the whole way up. That's a big tree over by the lake.
Thank you, ma'am.
And here, one more sentence, please.
Thank you, ma'am.
That's the approximate height of the tower,
you, ma'am.
that big line.
Ms. Black.
The bottom line, I want to finish this sentence.
Ms. Black,
is
thank you.
how far it would be from Village Boulevard.
Thank
And
you.
where would it land if it fell down?
Ms. Black,
Bam.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Gay Bentley, followed by Mr. Frank Wright.
Ms. Bentley, welcome.
Thank you. My name's Gay Bentley. I own a property directly across the street from the proposed location. I have a commercial property directly across the street at 230 Village Boulevard. I came here more out of curiosity today to hear, what energy was behind all of this. I also had been approached by Mr. Flynn to house the tower on my property amongst many other commercial property owners, and I couldn't find it in my heart to do such a thing because I knew for all the reasons we've talked about today, it would make such a negative impact on our community. So I support all the things that have been said by Mr. Black. In particular, caught my curiosity that there are probably other options coming our way from other providers, other towers, other technology that would make this completely unnecessary. It goes against our health and safety values in our community. Of course, aesthetics are a huge issue with everybody. It doesn't seem to be in compliance with the plan for Village Boulevard. My property is directly neighboring Mr. Holgrim's property, and he did a beautiful job of developing his property in keeping with what we want the village to be by adding mixed use, apartments up above, commercial down below. My property is in line for such a future development, and this would create a tremendous negative impact for all of us in that corridor who want to see things move forward. I've lived in Incline Village and operated out of my commercial property location for 30 years, and I just can't even picture this. This is just such a terrible thing, I think, for this location. There are other towers in the community at the ski area, at the golf course, at the Hyatt, that are out of sight, don't impact day-to-day activities, and I think that's where a cell tower belongs, not right in the heart of our beautiful town. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Frank Wright, followed by Mr. Michael Abel.
Mr. Wright.
Frank Wright. I'm a 40-year resident of Incline Crystal Bay. I've been through the cell tower thing before, and they put one in, and the community didn't have much of a say in it, and it was right underneath some condominiums. Now we're doing it again. And what I see this as is money, which would be the gentleman behind me here and is building this thing for somebody else, versus lifestyle versus common sense. Let's start with the unregulated generator. That's not part of the FAA. That's not something we have to worry about. It's a generator that's going to kick on every time there's a power failure. We've had power failures that have lasted 3 days. The batteries in this cell facility have to be cool. They need that generator to be running. This is a diesel generator in the center of town. At 10 o'clock at night till about 6 o'clock in the morning, it's very, very peaceful. You can hear noises as far away. I've heard car alarms as far as a mile away. This generator is going to have a circumference of a mile in each direction, where you're going to hear this thing at night if we have a severe power failure. This gentleman behind me stated that it was not going to be an eyesore from the lake. In order to get a building permit in Washoe County, you got to get in a boat and you got to go out in the lake. And you got to take pictures and submit them with your application showing what you will see from the lake. And you're going to see this tower. It's going to be 25 to 30 feet above any tree that's there. It's going to be a visual obstruction to the serenity of our area. There's a lot of misinformation, a lot of things that have been said here, but common sense says you don't put this thing in the middle of town. Common sense says you just don't do it. There are other locations that would be much more fitting, but because the money speaks first, we're going to try to shove this down the residents' throats, and you shouldn't. You can reject this thing, send them back to the drawing board, and come back with a better plan and involve the community. Simple. That's the way government should work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Michael Abel and Mr. John Eppolito, and Mr. Abel provided a notebook of signatures that he would like to be passed around the board.
Mr. Abel.
Gentlemen and Madam Commissioners, my wife and I are owners and, by the way, do I get 5 minutes or 3 minutes? I'm one of the appellants.
You get 3.
Okay. Gentlemen and Madam Commissioner, my wife and I are owners and 11-year residents of property at Southwood Boulevard, Incline Village. Our home is 300 to 400 feet from the proposed cell tower. I'm co-appellant in this matter. My wife and I have good cell coverage all over Incline Village. Yes, we do have AT&T. I have here in my hand 180, not 10, not 50, not 15, 180 signed petitions by community leaders, residents, homeowners, and business owners and working folk who live and work in proximity to this proposed tower. They are real people, people who care about our small community and our beautiful environment. The community opposition to this tower is broad and very strong. I have a copy of the petition here that everybody looked at and signed. I want to make 3 points about the staff finding: that this monopole will not unduly impact the adjacent neighborhoods or vistas or ridgelines of the county. It will have detrimental impact. The photos presented by Incline Partners were photographic trickery, making the tower look like the surrounding pine trees. In fact, it'll be 30 to 40 feet taller and 2 to 3 times larger in diameter than any nearby tree. This tower will change the skyline of Incline Village. It will not represent a tree of any similar height. The present forested area with buildings to 20 to 35 feet high will be ruined by the unsightly fenced equipment yard and monstrous tower. The site is next to prime bikeway, and I'm not going to reiterate all those comments. You are well aware of that already. Finally, by Mr. Flynn's own statements, the most important areas that are lacking in coverage by Verizon were Mill Creek and Crystal Bay. Isn't it kind of absurd to place this gigantic monopine in the middle of Incline Village when he's trying to get coverage in areas that are 1 to 2 miles away from this thing? There's no problem in the immediate vicinity. The problems are 1 to 2 miles away with only Verizon. I hope that the commissioners will see a responsibility to protect our beautiful Lake Tahoe environment. Finally, this tower will financially affect the nearby property owners like myself Our lost property values and depreciated business values will be subsidizing the profit of the owners of the leased property and inclined partners. They're the only ones benefiting financially from this tower. The rest of us will be paying for their profit. It's not fair. The tower can't be justified, and the approval of the commission should be repealed. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I guess I made it pretty much on time.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And I think everybody has copies of the petition, I hope?
We do, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. John Ippolito, followed by Mr. Harlan Rodriguez.
Welcome back, Mr. Ippolito.
Thank you. My name is John Ippolito. I've lived in Incline about 21 years. For time, I'm just going to mention some different things. The board that approved this, the Board of Adjustment, that was 2 people approved this. There's 5 people on that board. I don't even think that this should be in front of you guys yet. I don't think we finished with that board. 2 out of 5 voted to pass this. I guess it's legal because we're here, but it probably shouldn't be. As far as the distance to the middle school, Mike Flynn, I guess he did the same thing I did. He got in his car and he drove. He made a right, a left, and then a right, and that is a quarter mile. That's true. But when you look on Google Maps and place it out, it's 500 feet from the middle school. That is still my biggest issue, is this is too close to the school. And I think they are not being truthful. They're being dishonest. And that's unfortunate. And we asked them to tell the kids, parents of the kids at that middle school, but they won't. The coverage. 15 years ago, when I was selling real estate, which I still am, I've been in every neighborhood in Incline Village, and AT&T is the service to get. We all knew that 15 years ago. There is no trouble in Incline Village. Where we need a tower is Tahoe City, the Truckee River corridor, and down on the West Shore. Maybe you guys could do that. Real estate. Blocking one person's panoramic view by putting it up on where it should be, up in the forest, I think that's a lot less harmful than decreasing the property value of a few hundred people, which this is going to do. The firefighters. The International Association of Firefighters have come out against these towers. Several years ago, AT&T, I think it was AT&T, tried to get a cell tower at the fire station in Incline Village, and guess what the firemen said? We don't want it here. So of course now, several years later, firemen don't want it, let's put it down by the school. And I think you guys really should think about this. And I know some of you have already made up your mind and you're ignoring us, and it's frustrating. We don't want the tower. The ratio of people speaking for versus against is just about how our community feels, from what I can tell. I've been at those meetings. I also have a question. The 1 or 2 people that are in favor of this, do they have a financial incentive? Do you guys know if they do or not? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ippolito, and I take exception to the fact that I've already made up my mind. Madam Clerk, would you call?
Our last speaker signed in is Mr. Harlan Rodriguez.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Harlan Rodriguez. I've been a lifelong resident of Incline Village. I happen to be manager of an apartment complex that is located about 330 feet away from the monopole if it's built. We have 51 adults and 24 children living there. I'm representing them today, and we are against the building of the cell tower. It will deface the natural beauty of the surrounding neighborhood, and we are against it, and we're hoping that you appeal it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, that's everybody that has signed in. We did receive, however, through Washout 311, a series of emails that I will place on the public record.
Okay, perfect. All right, I see no one else signed in, so I'm going to close public comment if there's no one else wishing to speak who has not already spoken. Ma'am? Have you filled out a card?
For the record, Lori Rodriguez. I do not live in Incline Village, but I do have a friend that lives in California who does live near a cell phone tower. And in the last 3 years, there have been 2 deaths from children climbing that cell phone tower and falling off. AT&T has done everything they can to prevent it, but they still happen. So yeah, I understand what they're saying exactly. Putting it that near a school is just inviting trouble. in my opinion. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Would you please be sure to fill out a card? Okay. Anyone else who's not already spoken? Okay, sir, come up. This is the last call, so if you want to speak, please get a card filled out.
My name's Ben Doss. I spoke earlier. Live within probably less than 300 feet of that location, and I'm against the cell phone tower. I'm in Tahoe for the beauty, and I just think that is not a good spot for having something like that when there's plenty of other areas in that area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Please be sure to fill out a card. Okay, I have no one else signed in. I'm going to bring this back to the board. Commissioner Herman, I have you signed in first.
I am going to vote for your appeal. I had, it's 100 to 1 in the correspondence that I received and calls. So I feel that you know what you want in your community, and I will be for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, we're holding a public meeting. I recognize your desire to support a statement, but I'll ask you to just not clap. Commissioner Burke-Bigler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would hold mine if the other commissioners have something they want to say, and I could go last, since...
It's up to you. I have no one else signed in wishing
Okay.
to speak. Commissioners Lucy or Jung? And I have
Okay.
nothing, Madam.
In that case, I will start by saying that as a member of the TRPA board, I am a party to a lawsuit opposing approval of a monopine that TRPA approved, which is located in Douglas County. So with the understanding that this very possibly could be litigated, I have several reasons why I cannot support this. And I'm willing to make a motion and explanation for why I can't support it. If everybody's ready for that. So there are certain findings that have to be made. Let me put my glasses on so I make sure I read the right words. There are certain findings that have to be made if it's going to be approved. And one of them is consistency, that the proposed area is consistent with the action programs, policy standards, and maps of the master plan and the Tahoe area plan, which is not complete. We're in draft form, and we are at the stage with our Tahoe area plan where we are getting close to taking it to TRPA. But I don't think we can find that this is consistent until we've seen the final plan. So for that reason, I do not think it meets the consistency reasons. I have a problem with site suitability because our own requirements say that a monopole must be 1,000 feet unless there's a significant gap. And I'm in Tahoe, I'm in Incline Village, I'm all over Tahoe, but I'm in Incline Village on a fairly regular basis. I have Verizon, and I have never lost signal in anywhere in Incline Village. The only place I ever lose it is over the hill, down the mountain, as you're coming through the little narrow areas, and then you pick it back up again. I've never lost it in the city at all, so, I mean, in the town at all, so I don't see how that's an issue. Additionally, I don't think site suitability is right because I'm very worried about coverage. Coverage is a major deal at Lake Tahoe. Coverage is so important in TRPA, and if this particular site will completely max out this location where it's going to be for any future coverage needs, that's extremely important to future growth in Incline Village. And so for that reason, I don't think it meets site suitability. And I disagree that issuance is not detrimental. I think it's very detrimental to the community, largely because it's going to have this big, black, ugly fence all the way around this huge tree that's taller than all the other trees in the area, and it's going to have noise associated with it, and I think that's detrimental to the people who live in that area. I'm completely opposed, very supportive of monopoles, very supportive of cell towers, but I'm completely opposed to this location. And I think for those three reasons, it does not meet what is necessary to be met, and therefore I move that we agree with the appellants and overrule the Board of Adjustments opinion that this should go forward.
Okay. I have a motion by Commissioner Burke-Bigler, second by Commissioner Lucy, under discussion. I I agree. I don't find this to be stealthy at all. I recently have spent a great deal of time in the Phoenix area. My sister lives in Scottsdale, my parents live in Scottsdale, and I've admired the saguaro cactus cell towers that you can't, in fact, I walked by one on a after dinner walk, and I had to stand there and stare at that dang thing because it was that convincing. I mean, it looked just like all the rest of them that were around it. So I'm troubled by the stealthy nature of this, and I think that technology should be better. So I along with my my colleague, I can't support that either. So that's where I stand. Any other commissioners wishing to speak? Okay, Commissioner Jung, are you signing in to speak? Because okay, I'm sorry, because I have a different screen right now. So I have a motion, I have a second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Check. We've all voted.
There it goes, yeah.
It's frozen again.
There it
we
goes.
are. Motion carries unanimously. Please, I recognize, thank you so much, but we're still holding a public meeting. So commissioners, what's the desire? We have, and I'll ask you to quietly leave the room, please. We're still in a public meeting. Please, we're still in a public meeting. Okay, commissioners, we have the need for an attorney-client upstairs. Do you want to press on down here? We have a couple of other things to do. Please, I'm going to ask you to remain silent. Please, we're still conducting a public meeting. Thank you. What's the desire, commissioners? Do we want to move forward? Or do we want to go upstairs?
Let's push through.
I'm sorry?
My opinion is
Press?
push through.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Manager, we took item 23 out of order.
17.
Let's go to 17.
Mr. Chair, item 17, this is a recommendation to approve a resolution transferring Washoe County's 2019 pro rata share of the State of Nevada's private activity bonding authority in the amount of $5,798,463.39 to the Director of the State of Nevada Department of Building and Industry to support the construction of approximately 420 affordable housing units as part of the Dandini Spectrum Mixed-Use Development Project at the northeast corner of US 395 and North Dandini Boulevard. We
Okay.
also ask that you authorize the chair to sign the resolution.
Do we have staff? Yes. Mr. Young, do you want to give us a brief overview?
Good afternoon.
I think it's on. Yes.
It is.
Good afternoon. Eric Young from Planning and Building. We haven't had one of these for quite a while, so I'll give you a quick reminder what they are. This is the opportunity for the county to direct its portion or capacity of private activity bonding towards a specific project. The state gets a certain amount every year from the federal government. Each state is allowed to come up with their own process. The state of Nevada keeps half for themselves, takes the other half of the capacity, the amount that's available, and offers it to each local jurisdiction. If a local jurisdiction has a project, either an industrial development project or an affordable housing project, that they would like to support, then we'd go through this process whereby you voice your support through a resolution for that project and request that the state of Nevada, the Director of Business and Industry, direct those funds to that project. We have supported several projects in the past, back in the early 2000s. Parkside Gardens, Marina District, the Bluffs, Whittle Point, those are all projects that were supported many years ago. At a certain point, people quit asking for this for affordable housing, for big projects. And so for many years in a row, we allocated our funds to the Nevada Housing Authority, the Rural Housing Authority, for their affordable housing program for first-time home buyers. And then after the economic crisis of 2007, a couple of years after that, the desire for these really went away. And so this is the first one we've had for many years. This is a request by Mr. Ken Crater, for an affordable housing project, 420 units approximately, up in the Dantini Spectrum mixed-use area. It's right there in that area, right as you turn from the roundabout to head over towards our Emergency Operations Center. All of that area right there between the road and the highway would be developed into this big multi-use site with 420 affordable housing units that, according to the application, would be maintained at 60% of AMI, which is a significant target for Washoe County and the Washoe County Home Consortium. That's a target level that's right in there. A lot of seniors meet that. What the county is often talks about in terms of employee housing, workforce housing, that's at the low end of that workforce housing. So when we do our analysis of where we stand with affordable housing in the entire county, including the cities of Reno and Sparks, this 60% AMI is often a very important target to meet. It's often one of the spots where we are unable to meet our targets. So the applicant is here today. Mr. Crater's here today. He can go over any questions about the specificity of the project, how it would work. It's a multi-family, and they would go terraced there along that section of roadway. It's pretty steep, but there's a site plan. They have a special use permit approved by the city of Reno for this particular project. But in order to achieve the funding levels that they need to request this bond capacity from both the county and the state, which is normal. In my years doing this, I've never seen anybody request money only from a local jurisdiction. It's always in conjunction with state money as well. So they've requested money from the state and from the county for this project. And we have no other applicants this year. We used to solicit for this. We used to put in an application in the paper every year. We haven't done that for over a decade now. But Mr. Crater has come forward with an application for this year's funding. We don't have an actual application process anymore because it's just been such a long time since we did it. And so we're accepting the state's application. He has to apply to the state. But then we asked for his complete letter, a really comprehensive letter describing what he wants to do, including the special use permit that was granted by the city. That's all included here in your package to help you get some details. Mr. Crater can provide you more details, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have about the project as well.
Okay. Commissioner Brickbigler, I have you signed in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to point out that this location is a location that gets bus service from two directions. So there's bus service on Dandini, but there's also bus service that comes up 395 North that then goes directions. So it's actually a good location for this type of housing.
Yeah, and it's not terribly far from the SO, which is
No.
why there's
Yeah.
transit service there. Commissioners, anyone else? Mr. Crater, I have you, so I'll close that. I'll bring you up. I don't know how much time you need.
Thank you.
Brevity might work in your favor.
Yes, I was just going to thank staff for all their assistance in helping me get through this project. It's been a long time coming, but very excited about moving this forward. And just quickly, Steve Biagiotti was a major affordable housing developer here in our community for years, built some really great projects. He passed away way too young several years ago. So hopefully we can get things like this back on track again and make this the first of many. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioners, anything else? Then I will entertain a motion, either way.
Did you do a comment?
Well, I don't, is there any public comment, Madam Clerk?
There is no one signed in.
Okay,
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chair, if you want.
please.
Okay, I move to approve a resolution transferring Washoe County's 2019 pro rata share of the State of Nevada's Private Activity Bonding Authority in the amount of $5,798,463.39 to the Director of the State of Nevada Department of Building and Industry to support the construction of approximately 420 affordable housing units as part of the Dandini Spectrum mixed-use development, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Commissioner Burke-Bigler, second by Commissioner Herman. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously with Commissioner Jung being out of the chamber.
So,
Miss
Mr. Chair,
Miss Burke-Bigler.
I don't know what your plan was, but could we do 22, or 24, just because we still have some Incline Village people who are sitting here?
I see that.
Waiting to hear
And
this.
In fact, I was going that very direction, to be honest with you.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager, item number 24.
Item 24, this is a public hearing. This is an appeal of the Washoe County Board of Adjustments denial of a variance, case number WPVA R19-0001, Greenview HOA garages. This project is a variance to reduce the front yard setback from 15 feet to 1.5 feet, and the northwest side yard setback from 5 feet to 1 feet. The variance would allow the construction of one single-car garage and one two-car garage in the common area. The Board of County Commissioners may affirm, reverse, or modify the decision of the Board of Adjustment.
Okay. Who do we have from staff? I see Mr. Solero making his way down. Mr. Solero.
Good afternoon, Dave Solero, Assistant County Manager. I think Ms. Olander was a little caught off guard by the moving this one up, so I will see what I can do to pinch hit for her unless Trevor wants to come down and assist me through this little presentation. However, this is an item, construction of garages within this area. Variance case was heard, presented to the board on March 7th. The board was not able to make the findings and denied the variance request. It was appealed by the Greenview Homeowners Association on March 11th, 2019.
Okay.
The homeowners,
Okay.
what's that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go
Oh, I
ahead.
was just going to cover just a couple of quick items here. Greenview is it's a 4-unit condominium association located on a cul-de-sac. Some of the units have garages, a couple of the units do not. What is requested here is a variance from the setback requirements from 15 feet to 1.5 feet on the side yard and from 5 feet to 1 foot on the front yard, so on the northwest side, so that the applicant can create a 1-car garage on one location and a 2-car garage in another location. Parking garages were not required in the 1970s, and that's why we have units without actual physical garages. Yes, sorry, absolutely. Mr. Lloyd has reminded me that there has been a request by the appellant to continue this to a future board meeting. I'm not sure if the appellant is in the audience to confirm that for me, but I would like to cover just a couple of final things here. There are on-street parking locations that these garages would be built on. So in place of the on-street parking, that's where the garages would be placed. You can see that there is parking location, currently outdoor parking, and then it would be built upon these 2 locations here. Those locations, however, with the building would encroach upon those setbacks.
So, Mr. Solero, go back to that. I'm sorry. Go back to that photograph. The previous one. There. The neighbor that would be on my physical left, your left also, I don't know the direction, that's probably south, is my sense. South side, I don't know exactly. What's the setback there?
The setback to the building itself?
Yeah, because when I pulled this up online, it looked like the setback of the neighbor was, I don't know, about
4 feet.
Yeah, I got it as even less than that when I measured it, but it looks like it's about 3 feet.
So based on this floor plan here, site plan here, it looks like that's between it looks like a 4.5 foot setback from the lower proposed garage number 2 to unit number
No,
1.
no, 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 I'm talking about the existing unit that is on again, if you look back at that photograph, on the left-hand side.
Setback
Yeah,
between the
I don't have a
proposed
problem.
garage and the unit, or the unit and the property line?
Yeah,
Mr.
go ahead.
Solero, I think the APN that the chairman is referring to is APN 128-37001, which is which would be directly, I guess, west.
It's the one right behind the red fire hydrant, if you go back to the actual picture.
Yeah, no, that overhead.
That one
is-
right
that
there,
overhead.
the
Okay,
red,
yeah,
the one
yeah.
behind the red fire
The-
hydrant
yes.
in the bare box.
Yes.
Correct. So that one,
Yeah, so now it's on the right, so where the back of the boat is, what's because I can see the property line, and I looked at this earlier, what's the setback of the property on that lower right-hand side? Because when I did the measurement, and I recognized that there's like a footprint and then there's an eave, when I did the measurement, I came up with a few feet. It wasn't,
I'm Julie Olander for the Record of Planning and Building. I can't, the setbacks of this for the zoning here is 5 feet. So my understanding is that the property to the right or to the, I don't know, southeast is approximately 5 feet. It's hard to tell with the overhang there and the shadow, but I believe it's 5 feet.
okay.
So then they have 5 feet to that property line, and then, right now, the boat is in the setback area.
Okay. Okay, proceed, I'm sorry.
I apologize for being late, I was outside. Do you want me to move forward?
Please.
Okay. So this is the garage, the 2-car garage, and then the 1-car garage. And this is another aerial of them, or elevation. As explained, the property is a bit sloped and there is a wedge shape to it. The current condominiums have no garages. They were built before we had that requirement. The other properties in the cul-de-sac all have garages. Here's an overhead showing the open space easement is and also the sewer easement. So the property is constrained. Currently, code requires 2 parking places per dwelling unit, and 1 must be enclosed. This variance would allow this property to come into closer compliance. It also would help with winter parking requirements, which really do not include or encourage people to park in the public right-of-way to keep the areas clear of snow. This was presented to the Incline Village cab on the 4th, and then the cab, we did not have a cab meeting that evening because of snow. We did receive some worksheets from some of the cab members, and then we have also received numerous emails from neighbors that are included in the staff report. Here is the location and the properties that were noticed, and here is possible motion. And I apologize for being outside, not making this the beginning of this. I just wanted to go back to the very beginning where we talked a little bit about the locations of the two garages, one being the 2-car garage that is backing up to Nevada state lands, and then also the 1-car garage that is adjacent to the other property, other condominium in the area. All these condominiums in this cul-de-sac do have garages, so this is the only unit that does not, the only buildings. And I'm available for any questions, and also the applicant and appellant are here. If he wants to, I'm not sure if he's willing, if he wants to speak or if you have questions for him.
Okay, so there was a request to do a continuance on this, and I'm going to deny that request, and we're going to press forward. Commissioner Burke-Bigler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to ask you to deny that, so I appreciate that. I don't see any reason why this shouldn't move forward. It's interesting to me that there's no, I see that the Board of Adjustment denied the proposed variance based on on their findings that they could find detriment, and yet by their own statement, the relief will not create a substantial detriment to the public good. and substantially impair affected natural resources or impair the intent. And what it will do is the constructions of the garages will keep vehicles from parking in the public rights-of-way and also allow for protection of vehicles during snow removal. And so it would seem to me that building garages are an excellent idea. And since the other facilities in there also have garages, I don't see how you can find that this is a special privilege. So I don't believe there's a special privilege here to this particular applicant, because the other people have garages in that area also, and there's no detriment to the neighbors. It's not going to impact their view of the lake or their view of the surrounding area. So my sense would be, and I know we haven't done public comment and haven't allowed anyone else to speak, but my sense would be to make a motion to deny the action of the board, and based on the fact that there's absolutely no detriment to the neighbors, and there's no special privilege here that's being given to this particular applicant.
Okay. All right, so what I'm going to do first is, before I go to public comment, I'm going to open it up to the appellant first.
Mr. Chairman, I think we will pass.
Okay.
The motion speaks for itself for us.
Okay.
We thank you, Commissioner, for that.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Liparelli.
could we have the gentleman come up to the microphone, identify himself, please?
Sure.
I'm very sorry. This is my first county commissioners hearing. I'm very impressed by the scope and depth of what you all do. I'm more impressed by your patience. I'm John Hash, and I'm a permanent resident at 692 Palmer Court, who is asking for this appeal to be granted.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question? Sir, there was some mention that there was a request for continuance. Do you have any objection to proceeding with the hearing today?
None whatsoever.
Okay. All right. So that's the appellant. Who else is here to speak? Well, you're under public comment, Mr. Todoroff.
All of our owners are here, Mr. Chairman, but I think
Come back up, Mr. Hash, because we have to put it on the record. I'm sorry. While I recognize we can hear you, the
all of our owners have come today, and I think they also would forego, for the sake of expediency and your bathroom break, that we don't need to tell you anymore.
Thank you for acknowledging the need. All right, so Commissioners, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up public comment. Let's go ahead and do that. Madam Clerk, would you call public comment at this time?
Of course. First up, we have Mr. Peter Todoroff, followed by Mr. Richard Kovac.
My name is Peter Todoroff. Is this working? Yeah. Peter Todoroff, Chairman of the CAB. This item has been brought up twice to the CAB and twice to the Board of Adjustment. Both the Board of Adjustment denied it twice. The reason why, it's close to Nevada state lands and it's also a watershed, number one. Number two, there are 4 units there and there's only 2 garages. So what are the other 2 people supposed to do? Plus, I have a item from, or an email from the person who lives behind on 687 Palmer Court, and it's going to block his view from where they're going to put 1 garage, which is where there's a picture of a boat sitting there, and it's too close to the garages on the other side. So when we get a large amount of snow, it's going to block and possibly break the garage door window on the side of the house where the garage is proposed to be. And I'm wondering how the fire department is going to be able to access that unit in the back that this garage will be. If they have a A-frame roof on it, it's going to definitely, the snow is going to fall on either side and will block not only the view from the a condo in the back, but also prevent the fire department from getting in there to access if there's a fire in that condominium. And they wanted me to speak on their behalf, and I am. I don't even know why it came through the CAB twice, or the Board of Adjustment twice. To me, there is no difference. The Board of Adjustment rejected it twice, and I don't even understand why we're even having to come here and speak on behalf of the owner in the back condominium. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Richard Kovac, followed by Mr. Ross Manowski.
Mr. Kovac, welcome.
Good afternoon. Richard Kovach, 686 Wilson Way. I'm here to oppose this. This has been brought up twice, in 2017, now in 2019. Now again, we appeal it 2 months later. How many trips do we have to make until the no actually sticks? These places were built in, 79, 78, 80, like my place. I did some forethought, and I purchased my home with the knowing that I need a garage. And these individuals, I looked on Zillow this morning, there's plenty of places up there that have garages for sale as we speak, if it's that important. It doesn't need to be built, it's an eyesore, not to mention the Nevada State Lands has said no, it doesn't need to be built. And I've been here since 9:30 this morning. I'm a little upset that before I get to speak, Ms. Burke-Bigler, you go ahead and give the okay. I got high fives going on down here before we even hear any opposition. The opposition should speak for itself on the record, 2017 and 2019. Everyone said their opposition to this. I don't know why it's even being considered again as going through. I live up there permanently. I can show you a driver's license that shows where I live permanently, unlike some of the people up there that come from the Bay Area and want to build. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Ross Manowski, followed by Tao Feng.
You don't, yeah, sir, you can decline to speak. Okay?
Tao Feng, followed by Mr. John Hash.
Okay?
Tao Feng? Okay. Mr. George Learmonth?
I'm in the same situation. All the representatives are here and we're all in agreement.
Okay, Ms. Sherry Barker?
Welcome, Ms. Barker.
Thank you. My name is Sherry Barker for the record. I am in opposition. I am the Tahoe land agent for the Nevada Division of State Lands. The Nevada Division of State Lands manages almost 500 parcels in the Lake Tahoe Basin acquired through the Tahoe Bond Act of 1986. These public lands are designated as conservation areas and are maintained in their natural state as open space in perpetuity for the benefit of Lake Tahoe and local residents. Our adjacent lot, at the time of acquisition, the property had numerous cleanup and encroachment issues, including boat storage, vehicle parking, social trails, yard maintenance equipment, construction debris, and in the winter, snow storage from adjacent properties. Considerable time and expense was incurred by the state of Nevada to restore the property to achieve management goals of the Tahoe Bond Act. Since then, other problems have occurred that required action, such as firewood storage and construction equipment using the property for access to the adjacent property. In addition, the Nevada Division of State Lands over time since acquisition entered the property on multiple occasions to conduct vegetation management, to reduce fuel loads, and to remove tree mortality. Historically, reduction of setbacks have resulted in negative consequences to the state of Nevada properties. Key elements of our concern for the case are a history of encroachments by the neighborhood community, soils that are moist for a greater portion of the year, and human impacts to the site, excavation close to the property line and impacts to the root systems on vegetation of the state parcel, human impacts from construction workers using the state parcel for access and general work requirements, equipment impacts to the state parcel from construction activity, long-term degradation of the slope and soils due to water and snow runoff from hard coverage 12 inches from the property line, use of state land to access the rear of the structure and property by current and future owners. Our objectives and measures of success can only be achieved with cooperation from the local community and support from other government agencies. The state of Nevada has expended funds and time over the last 30 years to restore this Tahoe Bond Act parcel to its present condition. Encroachment such as heavy equipment, activity, storage of buildings materials, and excessive foot traffic are detrimental to the state-owned property and will reverse many years of restoration management. Once built, the impacts to state lands become irreversible and contradict objectives of the Tahoe Bond Act and purposes of the overall program. The Nevada Division of State Lands looks to other governmental agencies to recognize our long-term management goals for the ecosystem, health, and water quality at Lake Tahoe. Please consider this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Madam
There's
Clerk?
nobody else that signed in.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak at this time who's not signed in? Okay, I will bring it back to the board. So, let me see, who do I have signed in here? Commissioner Burke-Bigler, you're signed in first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have no idea why this is back before us for a second or third time. But the fact of the matter is, we frequently do variances in Tahoe. I will state for the record that, because I know that my district attorney is going to want me to do this, that although I had an appointment with the applicant, I did not keep that appointment. My fault. I stood him up. But that has nothing to do with this. I just want to, for the record, make it clear that I did not previously speak or have a meeting with the applicant regarding this. I based this, my opinion, on a tour, a visitation of the site when I was in Incline Village on Friday, and the fact that it's not unusual for us to make variances in Incline Village, and so it doesn't appear to encroach on the state lands. And TRPA is not going to allow them to damage the state lands by doing runoff. And if they did that as they were constructing this, trust me, that I sit on the legal committee for TRPA. They will come before us and we will fine them. And the fines are significant. So they are not going to damage state land. I did have the opportunity to answer someone's question regarding the fire access. Oh, Mr. Todorov. I did have the opportunity to speak to Ryan, who is the fire chief at North Lake Tahoe, and he indicated to me that he had looked at it and he did not have any concerns about access because they will still be able to get access into that. So he didn't think that was an issue. So that is the reason I based my opinion, and that is the reason I made the motion, and so I stand by my motion.
Okay. Commissioners, anyone else?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Liparelli.
I may have been distracted, but I don't remember a motion being made. I remember Commissioner Burke-Bigler explaining how she saw it in the beginning, but I don't know, I'll check with the clerk. I don't remember a motion and a second, so.
I did not have one recorded.
Okay, let me restate it. So based on, my motion would be to disagree with the Board of Adjustment's denial of the variance case based on the fact that there doesn't appear to be any detriment to the surrounding lands or to the surrounding neighbors. They are not complaining about visibility. They aren't complaining about, there's no issue related to their ability to continue to see the lake or the trees around them. And there are no special privileges being given here because there are other garages in this particular area, so there doesn't appear to be any special privileges given to this particular applicant to build these garages. I also feel it's important to remember that it is better to have garages so that the cars are off of the public rights-of-way when we're removing snow in the wintertime. So I think it's more efficient for both snow removal and the safety of people who are around there. So based on those 2 points that need to be made, if you're going to deny the applicant, I think that we cannot make all of the applicants, all of the denials based on those 2 things. Mr. Lucarelli, did you?
So Commissioner Burke-Bigler, so you're moving to approve the appeal and reverse the decision of the Board of Adjustment and approve the variance case number WPVAR 19-0001.
That is correct.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Lucarelli.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask Commissioner Burke-Bigler a question? She noted a while ago that she observed the conditions herself at Incline Village. Were your observations that you made in the field consistent with the materials that you have seen as part of the board packet?
Yes, they were.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lucarelli. Okay, and I'm looking, am I looking at the map at the state of Nevada land, and it's on the opposite side of where the proposed garage would be, and that parcel number is 128-243-01. So, and it's away. It's not an adjoining, it's an adjoining parcel, but it's not adjoining to this side, this property line. Commissioners, anything else?
Yes, I can't sign in at this point because they already have our vote up.
Okay, that's all right. Go ahead, Commissioner John.
So I will support this, but I do encourage Ms. Barker and the Nevada Public Lands, Division of State Lands, to keep a hot eye on this. And I'm trusting what the commissioner of this district is saying, that the TRPA, okay, will be watching this very closely, but I have some concerns, as Ms. Barker does. We've used tax dollars, taxpayers' money to an expense to restore this area, so it needs to be sure that it's blocked off and not encroached upon or changing the water quality there. And then just for a point for the matter of the record, there is no legal, you don't own any of your views legally, so who cares about view shed? I mean, we can't even hear view shed. And that's smart. You don't own your views and you don't own your airspace. So I just wanted to make sure that was very clear. But I will be supporting this, but I do ask Ms. Barker to come back and give us a report at her leisure or convenience, or if it's an emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jung. Commissioners, anyone else? Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Burke-Bigler, second by Commissioner Vice Chair Lucy. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Please affirm your votes. Thank you. I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry. We're done. Thank you so much.
I could put
I'm
it right
sorry.
there and you could take it.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Manager.
Mr. Chair, perhaps we should go to item, if we're going to continue on, item 21, which is another public hearing.
Okay.
There may be individuals in the audience for that item.
Okay. Item 21.
Item 21, this is another public hearing. This is second reading adoption of an ordinance pursuant to NRS 278.0201 through 278.0207, approving a development agreement as required by the Warm Springs Specific Plan at WSSP .8.1 to utilize the land use designation specified on Warm Springs Specific Plan.
Okay. This is a second reading. Madam Clerk?
This will be ordinance number 16. Oh, I need to confer here.
Hold on just a second, Mr. Pelham.
Okay, 1635 will be the ordinance number.
Okay.
An ordinance pursuant to NRS 278.0201 through 278.0207, approving a development agreement as required by the Warm Springs Specific Plan at WSSP.8.1 to utilize the land use designation specified in the Warm Springs Specific Plan land use plan for tentative parcel map case numbers WTPM 17-0015, WTPM 17-0017, WTPM 17-0018, WTPM 17-0019, and WTPM 17-0020. Palomino Ranches Estates number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. which were a series of tentative parcel maps which approved the division of a 67.6 acre parcel into 15 total lots ranging from 2.5 acres to 5 acres in size. In order to develop any property in the WSSP more densely than general rural, one dwelling unit per 40 acres, the specific plan requires that these development agreements be approved. Among other things, the development agreements adopt the Development Standards Handbook for the properties in question, which specifies the denser development potential available on affected properties, which in this case would result in individual residential parcels of 2.5 acres or 5 acres in size. Additionally, the agreements would specify other aspects of allowable development on the properties, including uses allowed, density and intensity of those uses, building sizes, setbacks, building heights, and other matters concerning the development of the land. The allowable density in the high-density rural zone is 1 dwelling per 2.5 acres. The applicant and property owner is LW Land Company. The subject site is approximately 67.6 acres in size and is located at the south end of Grass Valley Road, approximately 1/2 mile south of Whiskey Springs Road. The assessor's parcel number is 077-130-23. The master plan category is rural residential, and the regulatory zone is high-density rural. It was previously bill number 1822.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Pelham, have there been any changes since the first reading was introduced?
Mr. Chairman, for the record, Roger Pelham with Washoe County Planning. There have not all of the documents have been corrected, and I believe are in order as presented to you in your packet. I have a presentation if you'd like to hear it, but I know we've spoken about this a couple of times.
Commissioners, any need? Okay. Commissioner Herman, this is your district. Please.
I have just that one little issue on the 2.5. Now, if we approve this and I get a call from somebody that buys that lot and they're having a problem, I'm going to be on your case, okay?
You're on notice, Mr. Pelham.
I am indeed.
Okay. All right, commissioners, anything else? I will entertain a motion to adopt ordinance number 1635 as outlined in the staff report.
Can I just say, so moved?
So moved. Okay.
Because I can't find it.
I have a motion by Commissioner Herman, second by Commissioner Burke-Bigler. Hold on just a second. Is there any public comment? I have no one signed in. Is there anyone wishing to speak? I will close public comment. Motion by Burke-Bigler, second by Herman. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Get Watson on the line.
Okay.
There it is.
It's tired.
Okay. Item 21. Mr. Manager.
Mr. Chair, maybe we should go to item 22. That's an item I think there are maybe others in the audience for that.
Yep. Go ahead. That's perfect.
Item 22, this is also a public hearing. This is approval of an outdoor festival business license and application pursuant to Washoe County Code Chapter 25 and related provisions and associated license conditions submitted by the Incline Community Business Association for the Incline Village Crystal Bay Fireworks Coalition to put on a fireworks show on July 4th, 2019 at the Incline Village Beach and on a barge in Lake Tahoe off the beach area.
Okay. Who do I have from staff? Is it you, Mr. Lloyd? Oh, Ms. Olander. Tahoe, red, white, and maybe.
I apologize. People are asking me questions outside. Julie Olander for Planning and Building. I can provide a presentation as if you need one. Obviously, this is something you're very familiar with. The applicant for the fireworks is here. I get my breath here. Should I present a little short something?
Commissioners, it's up to you. Commissioner Burke-Bigler, this is.
How many times have we heard
Well,
this?
I do want to make note that this is just for the fireworks. Can I do just a short little slide?
Yes.
Okay.
Short.
Short.
All right,
Brevity
so
is
I
your
want to show
friend.
you one slide. So this is the event schedule. Everything is being done by different groups. So the fireworks is in red, and it is by one group. It's done by the Fireworks Coalition. Then the other groups, the other events are being done by different groups. So it's been broken up. You'll only see you're only agreeing on the fireworks here at this, in this item. The other items are either going to the Board of Adjustment or have gone to the Director of Planning and Building. So this is just, I just want to clarify that this is just for the fireworks going on the 4th of July in front of Incline Beach.
Okay?
All right?
All right. Commissioner Burke-Bigler, I have you signed in first.
Yes, I just want to say thank you for getting this done so early. We're not doing it at the last minute. I know we still have a lot to go on the event, but the fireworks and the barge are very important, so
I just
good
want to make
job.
up, as being the staff person who sat next to Eva Kraus, who heard this event several years, I just want to compliment these gentlemen and all the people that worked on this year. They did a great job. I can't speak higher of them because I had heard all the horror stories, and this was a piece of cake. So I don't want to say that too loudly maybe, but thank you. It was a great group of people to work with.
Ergo Tahoe, red, white, and maybe.
No.
Last year it was a
last year was a maybe,
It
but
was
this
a
year
str-
it
it
is
was
a
a
go,
struggle.
and everything is on track to go, so
good.
thank you.
No, I'm thrilled. Commissioners, any other comments or questions for staff?
No.
Madam Clerk, I have someone signed in. Would you call public comment?
I have Mr. Pete Todoroff signed in, but he does not appear to be in the
He
audience.
left.
Okay? Mr. Todoroff, once, twice, going, gone. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to speak under public comment?
Just real quick, Andy Chapman, I'm the president and CEO of the Incline Village Crystal Bay Visitor Bureau, but today on behalf of the Incline Crystal Bay Firework Coalition. I know this board had to go through, and staff went through quite the turmoil last year. We heard it loud and clear in our community, and that's why you saw the breakout of all the different events and this new organization taking over the fireworks only. I do want to recognize that your staff, Julie certainly, and Sarah, that have helped us, and many others behind the scene that have got that done. I think we have 5 conditions that came on the return. About 4 of those have been complete and submitted to Julie already. And then also recognizing our partners with the Incline Community Business Association, IVGID, Hyatt, Parasol. So we're well on our way and are hoping to have a great fireworks show coming on the 4th of July. So thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I will make a motion.
Please.
I move to approve the Outdoor Festival Business License application for the Incline Village Crystal Bay Firework Coalition substantially in the form attached to the staff report with the license conditions, including as part of the staff report for this item, and to further authorize the Director of Planning and Building Division and Community Services Department to issue the license when all pre-event conditions have been met.
Motion by Commissioner Burke-Bigler, second by Commissioner Jung. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, and the fireworks will go on. Yay. Congratulations. All right. Mr. Manager.
Item 20 is a public hearing. This is a re-notice, second reading and possible readoption of ordinance number 1628.
Okay. Ms. Valedich, making her way to the podium.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Christine Valedich, Assistant County Manager. This is a renoticing of a public hearing that was held in January, and the board approved an update to our travel ordinance. Unfortunately, it was inadvertently not properly noticed, so we're bringing it back to you again for readoption.
Okay.
Mostly it was a cleanup ordinance. And I know back in January, there was a request made because the ordinance is so lengthy and complicated that staff put together a guide for employees and elected officials when they're traveling. And I just wanted to let you know the Comptroller's Office has drafted that. We're just waiting to bring this back to you.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions? We've seen this before. This is just some cleanup. Okay. Okay.
Do we need to read it?
Do we need to do the,
Okay.
it's a second renotice of the second reading, so what is the adoption is 1628?
This is ordinance number 1628, an ordinance amending Chapter 5 of the Washoe County Code by repealing sections of the travel regulation ordinance related to per diem allowances for travel advances and receipts for transportation by public conveyance, and by revising sections of the travel regulation ordinance related to the policy of the Board of County Commissioners related to travel by county officers and employees, registration fees for courses, seminars, conferences, and workshops, requests for permission to travel, travel accounts and special accounts, emergency travel, recruitment expenses, moving expenses, payment of travel expenses, transportation expenses, living expenses, local business expenses, legislative and lobbying expenses, advance payments, travel advances, constituting a lien on a county officer and employee's accrued wages, filing travel claims, travel authorization for employees for performing services in the outlying areas of Washoe County, departmental regulations concerning travel, use of county vehicles, use of private vehicles, travel and moving expenses upon employees' transfer, prohibition of salaries and advances. It was formerly Bill number 1815.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Hold on, Commissioners. Is there any public comment, Madam Clerk?
There is not.
Okay, I will close public comment. I will accept a motion to adopt ordinance number 1628 as outlined in the staff report. And I think Kitty made the initial motion. So Commissioner Jung made the initial motion, seconded by Commissioner Lucy. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion, I believe, carries unanimously with all 5 commissioners being present. Please affirm your votes. Mr. Manager, I think we're back to item 19.
That's correct. Item 19, this is discussion, possible direction on the appointment of an interim county manager effective June 14, 2019. Mr. Chair, members of the board, as a way of introduction on advice of council, we've placed this item on the agenda today, not as the appointment happening today, but to receive any input or direction that you may have. And then the appointment would be on June 11th.
Okay. So Mr. Luparelli.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to pass this opportunity to take a jab at the Attorney General's office. It's due to their advice, which I don't think is clearly stated in the law, that the name of a person appointed has to be included on the agenda. So in order for you to appoint someone next meeting, you'll have to put the names, or the chairman and the county manager working together, or the commissioners now will have to put the name of the person to be appointed on the agenda. The reason I don't think that that is what the law requires is that I don't believe that's administrative action being taken against a person. Nonetheless, the Attorney General's advice for many years has been to include the name. So without this meeting today to discuss the process, there would have been no opportunity for commissioners in a public meeting to describe the process they want to use for filling the interim county manager job. So that was the reason for the advice that was given the way it was. If you don't like it, call the AG.
Well, I see all the names possible in code in the form of letters in the agenda item. So commissioners, what is your pleasure? So should we just bring this back with the names, or what? How do you want to proceed? It appears as if our hands are tied.
Mr. Chair?
So perhaps we should place all 3 names on the next agenda, and then that gives us the opportunity to appoint. Well, those are, well.
I think it's
those
the
are- those are
interim.
It's the interim. This is the ACM. The 3 ACMs.
Okay.
To act, it doesn't.
It's on the record. Sorry, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, why wouldn't, since we have so much time, why wouldn't each of us get a name? Why would it be automatically
that way.
concerned assistant county managers?
We
That's not the way that
We
this has
can-
ever been going.
If that's your desire, Commissioner Jung, we can certainly do that.
I mean, did the three
Makes no
even want
difference
it?
to
Have
me.
they said to HR or anything? Any burning desire to
Mr.
be a
Chair?
placeholder? Is there other people that would like to hold the place there? I mean, we're looking at what, June, July, August, September, October, 4 months?
Maybe. That's just the base timeline. We're still waiting to see what comes back. Mr. Slaughter.
Mr. Chair, I have had discussions with all three assistant county managers. Based on that discussion, I was prepared to make the recommendation that for your discussion next meeting, which would be the June 11th meeting, that you would place all three of the assistant county managers on the agenda for discussion for that appointment that date. And it would be a 5 to 6 month time period that interim would be serving.
Could possibly be.
Could be.
Okay.
Could be shorter, could be longer.
Commissioner Burke-Bigler.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I agree with that. I
Okay.
actually was going to say what Commissioner Jung said, but since she said it, I will just say I agree.
So we can, what's the protocol here? Can the commissioners just tell, I recognize we're in uncharted territory, so can the commissioners, Mr. Liparelli, just tell Mr. Manager the names that they would like to see on the list for possible appointments, or is there a different way that needs to occur?
Mr. Chairman, I was just conferring with the county manager. He and I discussed another option a while ago, but wanted to make sure the board had an opportunity to think about it and comment on it. The commissioners approved an ordinance within the last year that gave authority to the county manager to appoint a person to serve in his capacity whenever he knew he was going to be absent. That ordinance wasn't written specifically for the possibility that would be a fairly long-term service, more like when he was on vacation or otherwise unavailable suddenly. But it doesn't foreclose the possibility that the county manager could name someone to act in his absence and then resign, and that would be potentially, that person could potentially serve until the board made a permanent decision. So that's another option that you can consider. Rather than doing it yourselves, you could maybe defer to the county manager. But otherwise, if you have a population of people that you have in mind whose name you'd like to see on the agenda for appointment at the next meeting, now's the time to say that.
Okay. I personally don't want the manager to appoint, that's just me, so I'll leave that on the table. Commissioner Jung, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I've had no briefing on this, so this is way out of left field. I don't think that the ACMs are automatic either, and I think that, as a matter of public record and our communications team, maybe they should let people know we're looking for an interim, and people maybe should let us know if they're interested and get a hold of us, and if we each get a name, I mean, I don't know. What do you, that's just a knee-jerk reaction. Again, hadn't thought of this, didn't realize this was that unstructured, but I agree with you. The county manager has no business appointing our interim at all, or making a recommendation, frankly. That's this board's responsibility that I will not abdicate. So, and I'm not saying that you're excluded because he did say the three of you, not at all. But I don't see that as the normal form and function. That's for in his absence as our employee, his role. And then I guess I need to know more about the process, what we were thinking, what are best practices. We do pay all these membership fees to belong to all these societies. What does it say we're supposed to do in this position? And what are we looking for? Because like you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, maybe they will do 4 months. Maybe we'll love them and we'll do them for life. So I think that, and who else is interested? I mean, has anybody, this has never even been discussed or put out there. Is there anybody else? Are we limiting it to just staff? Are we limiting it to anybody? This just seems very clunky. And considering that we're coming up on that date real fast, I'm a little dismayed with that. So perhaps, Mr. Liparelli, that agenda item needs to be written much more open-ended than our agenda item was written when we were giving direction on how to look for a replacement for the county manager as well. We need a lot of leeway on that date. Because there has not been succession planning, there has not been anything, as far as I'm concerned, heard nothing. So it's incumbent upon us that, I don't even know the best practice. This is not my area of expertise of what does an interim do? How much does it matter? What's their qualifications? What's the role and goal? What do they get paid? I mean, I have nothing to go on here, so other than us having a conversation up here and trying to come together at some sort of, each of us getting our say in that, I don't know where we would go with that, but that's all I got.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Liparelli.
the meeting we're discussing is June 11th, and I understand Mr. Slaughter's last day is June 14th. So June 11th would be your last regularly scheduled meeting to appoint an interim before the 14th, and the agenda for that June 11th meeting will be posted by June 5th. So you can nominate people now if you want. You can create a process for yourselves to give names to the chair to place on the agenda for consideration on the 11th. You can do whatever you like, as long as everyone knows that according to the AG's mandates, the name of the person you're appointing has to appear on the agenda for the meeting that you're going to appoint, and that name needs to be known by the 5th in order to be published on the agenda.
Okay. All right, Commissioners, so by the 5th, if you want someone outside of the ACM group, I'll need a list. Okay with that? Okay.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Burke-Bigler.
So then, under that scenario, we are saying that the 3 ACMs will be on the list?
Yes, ma'am.
And then any other names that somebody might bring forward?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks.
That was the inference. Okay. All right, Commissioners? Anything else? Okay. That's all the direction we are styled for. Let me open public comment. Is there any public comment, Madam Clerk?
Not on.
Okay. I will close public comment. Okay. I think we've given sufficient direction. Mr. Manager.
Mr. Chair, that takes you to item 25, which is our legislative update related to legislation proposed by legislators, Washoe County, Truckee Meadows Fire, or others at the Nevada Legislature. We are prepared to have Jamie Rodriguez on the phone if you have specific questions, issues. Otherwise, you do have the report. We are in the last days of the session. The final deadline for bills has occurred. They are in the conference committee portion of the legislative session soon. So we are happy to answer questions you may have.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions? Would we like to have Ms. Rodriguez on the phone and give us an update? Okay, that's fine.
Mr. Chairman, a copy of that report has been provided for the record.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Mr. Manager.
I believe that takes us, Mr. Chair, item 26 is the closed session. We do not have need for that today, so that takes us to item 27, which is our final public comment.
Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair, I have nobody signed in, but I did have an email from Anne Marie Grant that will be placed on file.
All right. Is there anyone in the public wishing to speak before I close? Okay. And so do we have attorney-client, Mr. Liparelli? Because I thought we did.
Yes.
So we do. We do have attorney-client upstairs, so go ahead.
Item 28.
Announcements, forgive me.
Commissioner
My
County
bad.
Manager's announcements.
My bad. Commissioner Jung, you were signing
Thank you,
up first.
Mr. Chairman. Couple things that shook out of this meeting today that I would like staff to return. I don't know if it's on the public record or if you could give me a timeline, whatever is, I'll leave it up to staff's expertise. Can we look at the best practices and where we expect to be going with the master plan for cell towers or the lack thereof? The claim that the 5G will make these irrelevant. And then relatedly, what are some alternatives to the fake trees? Is there any way to do public art on these? I mean, there should be some creative, lovely way that you kind of disguise them, because the fake trees are not a disguise. Not even to a child, like a 3-year-old can tell that that's fake, much like very photoshopped photos. So can we look at alternatives, what other communities have done to come on board? Is this a moot point because of 5G? I don't understand any of that or what the claims were, but I would like to get a master plan and what alternatives we have to decorate these. And then keep Truckee Meadows beautiful. I would like to know what their reach and responsibilities are to include the east shore of Lake Tahoe. We had a person come up and say that it's a mess. And I'd like to know what their reach is and where they go, and how, do we have a hotline so that we can prioritize the reach of cleanup? Because I can imagine that it only will get worse, not better, as we experience growth. So those are the two things that came out of the meeting that I would like further information and details. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Jung. Commissioner Burke-Bigler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know there's been some work with staff on, and some meetings with staff regarding CAB. I was in Incline for the forum, the public forum on Friday morning, and I got beat over the head by a number of people who sit on the CAB in Incline Village who claimed that they were told when they came to training that they could not make an opinion, which is why they did not issue an opinion on either one of these 3 issues that were there. I know that that can't be what was said, but I think based on that, we probably need to do some additional training with at least my Incline CAB members, please. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Vice Chair Lucy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing I failed to notice or make a comment on during our consent agenda is that I want to do a thank you and a notice of appreciation for Larry Chesney and Sarah Savilicek, who have been reappointed today to their continued terms on the Planning Commission, and then also Brad Stanley for his continued service on the Board of Adjustment. These obviously are very thankless jobs, and these individuals put in a lot of time and effort to do those on the request of us as Board of County Commissioners and as open seats. But these individuals do carry a lot of work that they have to do, and that takes a lot off our shoulders. And so I want to thank those individuals for their continued service. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Well done. Anybody else? Commissioner Herman? Okay. All right. So then we are adjourned, and we will go upstairs for our closed meeting, closed session.